Corporation in partnership with the Parliamentary Broadcasting Units. The National Assembly has a full in-tray for consideration this afternoon. And among the business given priority in today's order paper is the motion on the consideration of the fifth report on examination of financial statements of selected state corporations. This is a motion by the Chairperson, Public Investment Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture, Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe. Among the reports that the House is set to debate this afternoon, this being a resumption of debate, the House has already delved into this matter. But the last time the debate on the financial statements for the selected state corporations was held at the National Assembly was on the 23rd of September 2025. And so the House will be resuming debate on several reports. Among them is a report of the National Social Security Fund for the financial year 2020-2021, the Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute for the financial year 2019-2020, as well as 2020 and 2021, and the National Hospital Insurance Fund, popularly known as NHIF, for the financial year 2018-2019 and 2020 and 2021. The Kenya Broadcasting Corporation is also among the state corporations where the members of parliament are set to debate their financial statements. But away from that, the National Assembly is under the Committee of the Whole, where a house converts itself into a committee set to consider a number of bills. Among them is the Air Passenger Service Bill, this being an amendment bill, National Assembly Bills number 35 of the year 2025. This amendment bill is seeking to amend the already existing Act on Air Passenger Service Charge. The other bill lined up for consideration under the Committee of the Whole is the County Government's Additional Allocation Bills number 2. This is a bill originating from the Senate, Bill number 8 of the year 2025 by the Chairperson Budget and Appropriations Committee. This amendment, the consideration of the County Government's Additional Allocation Bill, is necessitated by the fact that the House has to align the County Government's Additional Allocation Bill with the budget figures that have already been approved by the National Assembly. And our dear viewers, remember that the County Government's Additional Allocation Bill is a bill that originated from the Senate and has been passed by the National Assembly and the Senate as well. But after the consideration of these amendments, the bill will yet again find itself on the floor of the Senate for consideration. The Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill, National Assembly Bills number 15 of the year 2025 by the leader of the majority party, is also lined up for consideration. The leader of the majority party equally has another bill on the privatization bill. This is a bill that is seeking to privatize some of parastatals. This is National Assembly Bills number 36 of the year 2025. And on your screens, you can see the Speaker of the House, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula. He is already in the chambers this afternoon, ready to preside over the business. So kindly allow me to hand over for this live broadcast. Good afternoon.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wake wa haki za wanadamu, tukusihi utazame neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tunakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell.
Huku naona the business of the National Assembly has kicked off this afternoon with the Speaker of the House, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, presiding over the business of the National Assembly this afternoon. But upon the commencement of the House is experiencing a little quorum hitch, and we have a leeway of some minutes given by the Speaker to allow the House to properly quorate. And once we get the signals from the Sergeant-at-Arms that the quorum has been achieved, we'll be handing you over back to the proceedings of the chamber. But before that is attained, allow me to keep taking you through the business that members of Parliament are set to consider this afternoon. The consideration of the report of the examination of financial statements for the Water Sector Trust Fund is a motion by the Chairperson, Special Funds Accounts Committee, where the Chair, on behalf of his committee, will be seeking to have the National Assembly adopt the report of the Special Funds Account for the financial year 2018-2019 to 2022-2023. This is accounts of the Water Sector Trust, with the committee having laid its report on the table of the House on the 29th day of July 2025. The consideration of the sixth report on examination of financial statements for selected state corporations is also lined up for consideration this afternoon. Among the reports that the National Assembly is set to consider is a report of the Agrochemical and Food Company Limited, the Kenya Animal Genetic Resources Center, the Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, and finally the Public Benefit Organization Regulatory Authority, formerly the NGO Coordination Board. The consideration of the seventh report on the examination of financial statements for selected corporations, being 4 in number under this category, motion number 13 in this afternoon's order paper, is a motion equally by the Chairperson, Public Investment Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture, and under this juncture, the National Assembly will be considering the financial statements of the National Syndemic Disease Control Council, formerly the National AIDS Control Council, the National Social Security Fund, the National Cancer Institute, and Child Welfare Society of Kenya. There are a number of amendments, being 3 in number, for the Air Passenger Service Charge Amendment Bill, where the House is seeking to amend the existing Act on matters concerning air passengers. To just take you through some of the amendments that are proposed in the Air Passenger Bill, the move of the bill, the quorum has been achieved.
Quorum to transact business, clerk. And as we start, honorable members, order. As we start, for the convenience of the House and the request of the Majority Leader, after order number 7, we'll go to Committee of the Whole at order number 9. Under that order, we'll deal with air passenger services and county government's additional allocations there's a request that the virtual asset service providers be stayed, and I've acceded to that request, to Thursday afternoon. So at order number 9, we'll only deal, those of you who have any issues at the committee stage of those two bills, we'll deal with Roman 1 and 2, air passenger service, and the county government's additional allocation. Clerk, call out the orders.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Thank you. Majority, take your seat. George Best, take your seat. Honorable members, allow me to recognize a delegation from the government, from the Parliament of Uganda. Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation comprising a member and the staff of the Uganda Parliamentary Sports Club from the Parliament of Uganda, who are seated in the Speaker's row and Speaker's gallery respectively. Honorable members, the delegation led by the Honorable Basalirwa Asuman MP and chairperson of the Uganda Parliamentary Sports Club is accompanied by the Deputy Clerk, Mr. Waiswa Henry, and 4 other officers. They are in the country for a 3-day benchmarking visit to learn from Kenya's experience in successfully hosting the East African Community ESC in the Parliamentary Games in 2024 as Uganda prepares to host. I hope they will not be learning from us on how to lose games the way you did in Mombasa. Yeah? How to lose at home. Honorable members, on my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome them to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagements during their stay in the country. I want to add, honorable members, like I did last week, that last week I was in Uganda accompanied by the member for Arieda, and Uganda graciously agreed to step in place of Burundi that had expressed inability to host the games, and they are now going to be our hosts. And I want to encourage our leadership in the House that the foundation of the East African community is Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. In the event any of our other members who joined late are unable to transact any matter, we must rise to the occasion and take their place and keep the community going. Thank you. Next.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, September 30th, 2025. 1, legal notice number 156 of 2025, relating to the Kenya Roads Board Fund, additional funding regulations 2025, including the report on republication scrutiny, reports on public participation, and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Roads and Transport. And 2, legal notice number 159 of 2025, relating to the National Police Service Commission recruitment and appointment regulations of 2025, including the evidence of public participation, written memoranda on the draft National Police Service Commission recruitment and appointment regulations of 2025 from stakeholders, and the explanatory memorandum from the National Police Service Commission. I beg to lay. Honorable Speaker, with your indulgence, if you would allow me, Honorable Speaker, to register my profound gratitude to yourself as the Speaker of the National Assembly and our Chair of the Parliamentary Service Commission, and all members of Parliament, including those from the Senate, Honorable Speaker, who stood very well with me during the recent bereavement of our father and stood with my family and supported us in a very big way, Honorable Speaker, to give our late father a very befitting send-off. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, also to take this opportunity, besides my thanks to all my colleagues in this House, in a very special way to also thank other political leaders in the country who sent me condolences, messages of condolences. His Excellency the President, who also attended the funeral, the Deputy President, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, His Excellency the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, who was very gracious to call me at a time that he was a little indisposed and expressed his condolences. The former Vice President, Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, who also graciously sent me a message of condolences. The KANU party leader, Honorable Gideon Moi, and many other political leaders, Honorable Speaker, including members of parliament from the region. I had members of parliament from the Republic and ministers from the Republic of Tanzania, Uganda, South Sudan, and also diplomats, Honorable Speaker, who condole with us, to take this opportunity from the floor of this House to express my very sincere gratitude on behalf of myself, my family, and the people of Kikuyu. And in a very special way, Honorable Speaker, to also use this floor to thank, in a very, very special way, the great people of Kikuyu, who not only showed us solidarity, but true and great love in the way that they condole with us. And I thank all of them, and wish you all the best, Honorable Speaker, even as I extend my prayers and that of my family to all of you who condole with us, that may the Lord bless you and grant you the kind of long life that he gave to my father, Honorable Speaker, that you may all live to beyond the 105 years that the Almighty God gave to my father. And as I was said during his send-off, may we live to emulate his legacy, especially the many good things he did, including taking care of orphans. And I hear the member for Taveta whispering, also taking care of all your ex-girlfriends, Honorable Speaker, on a light note. And I know that did cause a bit of excitement in the country, but that is a man that we celebrated as a great man who lived his life and did his bit, and has left us with a very rich legacy, not just as a family and the people of Kikuyu, but also as a country, Honorable Speaker. And I also take this time to honor him, even as he rests in peace, and may the Lord rest his soul in eternal peace. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader, and we join you in prayers for your late dad's soul. Honorable members, before the next call, allow me to acknowledge the following: the Speaker's Gallery, Kamune Primary School from Mathioya, Murang'a, Ilalu Comprehensive School from Mwingi North, Kitui. Students, when your school is mentioned, you stand up to be acknowledged. In the public gallery, we have Lucky Juniors Primary from Embakasi West, Nairobi. Kalanga Primary School from Mwingi Central, Kitui. Davex Bright Hope School from Narok South, Narok. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and all those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Next order. Mwenje, what is it?
Mr. Speaker, just a request to welcome Lucky Junior and all the other schools, juniors from Kariobangi South Ward. Mr. Speaker, it's always a privilege when we have our students visiting us to see the business that we transact. We know some of them endeavor to come and join us much later, and we encourage them to keep coming, and we thank them for visiting the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mwenje. Next, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 30th September 2025. Reports of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on its consideration of 1, Sessional Paper number 5 of 2024 on the National Green Physical Incentives Policy Framework, and 2, the Privileges and Immunities, the Global Center for Adaptation Order 2025. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Kawaya, Chair, Departmental Committee on Environment.
Thank you, Honorable
Forest and
Speaker.
Mining.
I have notices of 2 motions. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on its consideration of the Privileges and Immunities, the Global Center for Adaptation Order 2025, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 30th September 2025, and approves the Privileges and Immunities, the Global Center for Adaptation Order 2025. Honorable Speaker, if you allow me to give notice of the second motion. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on its consideration of the Sessional Paper number 5 of 2024 on the National Green Physical Incentives Policy Framework, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 30th September 2025, and approves Sessional Paper number 5 of 2024 on the National Green Physical Incentives Policy Framework. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Thank you. Requests for statements. Caleb Amisi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to give my statement. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44 2C, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Department Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the rise in incidents of defilement and murder in Naikara Village, Saboti constituency. Honorable Speaker, over the past year, Naikara Village in the Saboti constituency has witnessed a distressing surge in insecurity with cases of defilement, rape, and murders being reported. Yet, no visible action has been taken to curb them. On 26 August this year, one Preza Nafula, aged 7, was defiled and murdered on her way home after being sent home from school. Earlier in the same month, on 2nd August, Zibora Gororia, aged 4, was similarly defiled and murdered by unknown persons. Despite these incidents being reported to the police, no arrests have been made to date, raising concerns among residents regarding the safety of children and the adequacy of the responses by security agencies. Honorable Speaker, it is against this backdrop that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Department Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. 1, a report on the status of investigation into the defilement and subsequent murders of Preza Nafula and Zipora Grocia in Naikara Village, Chepkaka area of Saboti constituency. 2, the specific measures being implemented to address the rise in cases of defilement and murder in Naikara Village, Saboti constituency. Number 3, reasons for the apparent inadequacy of security agencies in the region, particularly in Naikara Village. And 4, a report on the status of resources allocation to Saboti police stations in terms of personnel and equipment, as well as accountability measures to ensure effective police responses. And lastly, Speaker, the immediate and long-term strategies the government plans to employ to restore security in the area. Honorable Speaker, I want to emphasize that
Honorable Caleb Amisi, rules require that you just read the statement as you wrote it and as approved by the Speaker, and you end there.
Honorable Speaker,
any supplementary information, you will seek it or say when you get a response. Those are your rules. If you had additional words, you should have put them in the statement. Mark Mwenje. And that is not just to Honorable Caleb Amisi, but to all of you. You don't request for a statement and start debating it.
Honorable Speaker, can I request the Sergeant at Arms to stop, to just hold the students from my constituency as I ask the question?
That is not the duty of the Sergeant at Arms.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is a request for a statement regarding incidents of insecurity in Nairobi City County. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding insecurity in Nairobi City County. Honorable Speaker, in the recent months, residents in Nairobi City County have witnessed an alarming rise in cases of violent crime, including armed robberies and homicides. These incidents have instilled fear among the residents and continue to undermine the safety and security of our people. Despite numerous reports and public outcry, criminal gangs operating under the names such as Jinje, Mbogi, and Bad Bunny continue to operate with impunity in several parts of the city, particularly in formal settlements and estates where residents have fallen victim to brutal attacks. On 9 September 2025, the late Matthew Chalo Mbobu, an advocate and academic, was shot and killed in a drive-by attack in Karen, Nairobi. In addition, on 26 August 2025, 15-year-old Mr. Joshua Kubiti succumbed to injuries while receiving treatment at Radiant Hospital in Umoja following violent clashes in Umoja Estate. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the following. 1, a report on the investigations into the murders of Mr. Matthew Chalo Mbobu, who was shot and killed on 9 September 2025 in a drive-by attack in Karen, Nairobi, and Mr. Joshua Kubiti was attacked by a criminal gang in Umoja Estate on 26 August 2025. 2, immediate measures that the government is putting in place to address the recent surge of criminal gangs in the Nairobi City County. And 3, measures being put in place to ensure that the safety of residents of Nairobi City County is guaranteed. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mwenje. Honorable Amisi, I did not order. Honorable Caleb Amisi, I didn't give direction as to when your response should come. It should be here in 2 weeks from today. I don't see the chairman of security, Kahangara. You are in that committee? Yes, same as Mark Mwenjes. You bring a response in 2 weeks from today. Honorable Lynette Jepkorir, Toto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to request for statement regarding the deplorable state of the Nyangares River Bridge in Bomet County. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the deplorable state of the Nyangares River Bridge in Bomet County. Honorable Speaker, the Nyangares River Bridge, which connects key social and economic facilities in Bomet County, has become a death trap for road users and pedestrians alike. On 23rd August 2025, tragedy struck when 2 men drowned at a bridge. One slipped into the river and the second perished while attempting to rescue him. Their bodies were later retrieved, making yet another incident at this unsafe crossing. Honorable Speaker, sadly, similar accidents have been reported in the past, leaving families devastated and livelihoods disrupted. The bridge remains narrow, poorly maintained, and lacks of inadequate safety features such as guardrails, signage, and lighting. Despite repeated concerns raised by the local community, no comprehensive remedial action has been undertaken to address this glaring safety hazard. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background and that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following issues. Number one, immediate measures that the ministry has undertaken to secure the bridge and protect the users from further accidents and fatalities. Two, plans by the ministry, including timelines, budgetary allocation for either the rehabilitation, expansion, or complete reconstruction of Nyangares River Bridge, including the provision of a dedicated pedestrian pathway. And three, long-term strategies by the ministry to ensure that all bridges and related road infrastructure across the country are subjected to regular safety audits and timely maintenance to avert such strategies. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Toto. Chair, Transport and Infrastructure. Any member of that committee? Yes, Daud. When can you bring a response? Give Daud the mic. Daud, there's a mic behind you there.
Mr. Speaker, we can reply within 2 weeks.
Within 2 weeks, so be
Yes,
it.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Abakar Taib. Abakar Talib. Nominated member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provision of Standing Order 42C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the traffic congestion on Changamwe, Portrees, and Changamwe, Jomvu, Miritini roads. Honorable Speaker, there has been an increase of congestion in the recent past along Changamwe roundabout, Portrees, and Changamwe, Jomvu roads in Mombasa, which is largely occasioned by trucks leading to the container depots in the vicinity. Notably, the container depots are operating at an approximate capacity of over 90%, which is the above international standard operational capacity of not more than 70%. The high operational capacity has led to congestion and long queues of container trucks along the road, causing significant delays in movement of goods and services in the area. This has also negatively affected motorists using the roads to access the Miritini Standard Gauge Railway, SGR, station and the Mombasa-Nairobi Highway. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for the statement from the chairperson of Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following. One, measures being put in place by the government to ease congestion along Changamwe Portrees and Changamwe Jomvu roads in Mombasa to ensure smooth flow of traffic in the area. Two, long-term measures that the government is putting in place to address traffic congestion in the area, including plans, if any, to relocate the container depots to alternative locations. And three, detailed steps that government is taking to ensure the Kenya Ports Authority embraces technological changes to adapt and meet the demand of the fast-growing shipping industry. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Abakar. Chair, Transport. Give Arama the mic.
2 weeks, Honorable Speaker, 2 weeks. 2 weeks, Honorable Speaker.
That's all right, 2 weeks. Responses to statements. Is Lea Sankaire in the house? Lea Sankaire, who is responding? Kahangara? Sankaire is not here, so we'll stay that to another day. Fatuma Zainab. Is Fatuma Zainab in the house? She's not. Kahangara will stay that. Fideus Nzambia. Is Nzambia in the house? Kahangara again, that is stayed. Oundo Ojambo. Oundo Ojambo. Oundo Ojambo is not in the house. That is also stayed. Joses Lelmengit. Joses Lelmengit. That is stayed. Hussein Bare. Hussein Bare is not here either. So all the responses from number 1 to 6 are stayed to next week. Next order. Honorable Milemba, did you have an issue? Not ready. Honorable members, as I had directed, we'll skip order number 8 and go to order number 9, do Roman 1 and 2 and come back to order number 8, then go on to order number 10 and sequentially follow the order paper. Honorable members, will you, next order? Deputy Speaker, I'm told you have a statement to make. Please go ahead. Give the Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make a statement on the publication and circulation of the 7th edition of the National Assembly Standing Orders. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2d, I rise to make a statement regarding the publication and circulation of the 7th edition of the National Assembly Standing Orders. Honorable Speaker, the House may recall that during the official opening of the 13th Parliament on Thursday, 29 September 2022, His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, CGH, asked the House of Parliament to consider putting in place a mechanism in the standing orders to facilitate attendance by Cabinet Secretaries to articulate government agenda and to explain government policy and to answer questions on the floor of the House in a bid to enhance executive accountability to the people of Kenya through their elected representatives in Parliament. Subsequently, on the 9th of December 2022, the President submitted a memorandum to that effect to the House, following which he referred it to the Procedure and House Rules Committee for consideration. Honorable Speaker, the House may also recall that subsequent to that referral, the Procedure and House Rules Committee, which you chair, considered the President's memorandum and proposed amendments to the 6th edition of the Standing Orders, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 262, on proposals for amendment by the Procedure and House Rules Committee. The amendments, which were approved by the House on the 9th of March 2023, provided for the appearance by Cabinet Secretaries before the House.
Order, members. That Kamkunji is illegal. Go on.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The amendments, which were approved by the House on the 9th of March 2023, provided for the appearance by Cabinet Secretaries before the House to respond to parliamentary questions and to provide reports to the House in accordance to Article 153 of the Constitution. The new provisions were published as separate addendum to the 6th edition of the National Assembly Standing Orders. However, the provisions of the 6th edition that were either amended or repealed through the addendum remained in the 6th edition as originally approved by the 7th June 2022. As a result, Honorable Speaker, there has been confusion among members and indeed the public who sometimes cite provisions in the 6th edition standing orders oblivious of the fact that they were amended or repealed through the addendum. To this end, I wish to report that the Procedure and House Rules Committee authorized the Clerk of the National Assembly to the situation by incorporating the addendum into the 6th edition standing orders, yielding to the 7th edition standing orders. Honorable Speaker, I hasten to clarify that the 7th edition of the standing orders does not contain or include any new provisions. It is a merger of the 6th edition standing orders and the addendum as approved by the 7th on the 7th of June 2022 and on the 3rd of March 2023 respectively. Honorable Speaker, consequent to that, the House and the general public are informed that the 7th edition of the National Assembly Standing Orders has since been published in the versions, namely the English version, the Kiswahili version, and the bilingual version, which are now available in print on the Parliament website. Indeed, the members comprising of the leadership of the House were issued with the standing orders during the 3rd leadership retreat held in Mombasa on the 22nd and the 21st and the 22nd of August 2025. With respect to the rest of the membership of the House, Honorable Speaker, the Office of the Clerk will facilitate distribution of the 7th edition of the standing orders commencing today. For the convenience of members, the Clerk has already set up a table outside the main entrance of the chamber for this exercise. Members are encouraged to pass by the table and pick the standing orders and the Constitution. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Message well received. Honorable members, in the public gallery, allow me to acknowledge the presence of Kangudeni Primary School from Wingi West, Kitui County. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Next order.
Order number 9, Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable members, will you be upstanding?
Honorable members, this is the Committee of the Whole House, sitting today, Thursday, September 30th of 2025, relating to the Air Passenger Service Charge Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2025. The amendments can be proposed by the Majority Leader.
Clause 2.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to move that Clause 2 be amended as is.
Hold on, let me propose. I now propose the question that the amendment, that Clause 2 be part of the bill. Okay, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that Clause 2 be amended as is provided for in the order paper, save for one slight correction. The order paper reads, is amended in subsection 3, that should be in subsection 1D, by deleting the expression Tourism Promotion Fund and substituting the expression Tourism Fund. Honorable Speaker, with that correction, I beg to move.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Are they here? Is Honorable GK here? Honorable members, in view of the amendment of clause 2, then the proposed amendment to clause 2 by Honorable John Wanjiku is now dropped. And also the proposed amendment by Honorable GK George Masharia Kariuki, chairperson for transport, is also dropped. I now put the question that clause 2 be amended, is amended be part of the, as amended is part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
Honorable members, I now propose that the title be part of the bill. Honorable members, I now put the question that the title be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Honorable members, I now propose the question, since there is no amendment, I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Makaratasi imepotea. Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Air Passenger Service Charge Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2025, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Air Passenger Service Charge Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2025, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, we shall proceed with the Committee of the Whole House in regards to the County Government's Additional Allocations Number 2 Bill, Senate Bill Number 8 of 2025. Then thereafter the reports shall be received together with the first bill.
Clause 3, 4, and clause 5.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 3, 4, and 5 be part of the bill. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 3, 4, and 5 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 7. Clause 6.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 6 be part of the bill as proposed. I propose the question that clause 6 be part of the bill, and the mover can now move the amendment. Move the amendment. I think it's the budget and appropriations.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to move that clause 6 of the bill be amended by deleting subclause 2. And Honorable Chair, this is the clause that is making reference to RMLF. And RMLF is being deleted in this bill. Order. So we have to remove it, we have to delete it. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 6 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 7, 8, 9, and clause 10.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 7, 8, 9, and 10 be part of the bill. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 7, 8, and 9, and 10 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
First schedule.
I now propose the question that the first schedule be part of the bill. I now put the question that the first schedule be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Second schedule.
I now propose the question that the second schedule be part of the bill. Mover to move the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to move that the bill be amended by deleting the second schedule and replacing thereof with the following new schedule. Honorable Chair, we want to align the allocations with what is captured in the 2025-2026 estimates. And what is captured in the estimates, for example, under county headquarters allocation, what is captured to be sent to counties is 449 million as opposed to 454 million, which is in the bill. The 5 million, which is the excess, is money which is budgeted under the State Department to be used for operations. Then secondly, under KIPES, we have done some realignment, Honorable Chair, because we have realized that the bill is giving allocations to counties that have not started any project under KIPES and leaving out counties that have made progress with their KIPES. Some counties are doing 70%, like Sierra, for example, and they had no allocation. So we have done the allocation to ensure that those ongoing KIPES are funded so that they can finish and they will be ready for use. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the second schedule be amended as proposed. Honorable members, I now put the question that the second schedule be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the second schedule, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Third schedule.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the third schedule be part of the bill. Mover, to move the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move that the bill be amended by deleting the third schedule. Madam Chair, the third schedule is the schedule that is capturing the allocations under RMLF to counties. Madam Chair, you know that after the Court of Appeal annulled the High Court ruling and gave us 12 months to make the changes, we really have no reason to give counties any money. That's why we are deleting the entire schedule. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the third schedule be amended as proposed. Honorable members, I now put the question that the third schedule be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that the third schedule as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Fourth schedule.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the fourth schedule be part of the bill. Mover, you have an amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to move that the bill be amended by deleting the fourth schedule and replacing thereof with the following new schedule. Madam Chair, this is the schedule that captures the development funding to counties. And here, Madam Chair, there are some donors that have requested that we realign their allocations so that it reflects what is captured in the estimates. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I now propose the question that the fourth schedule be amended as proposed. Honorable members, I now put the question that the fourth schedule be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
Hold on. I now put the question that the fourth schedule as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The next.
Clause 1. Clause 2.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the title be part of the bill. Honorable members, I now put the question that the title be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Okay, mover.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the county government's additional allocations number 2 bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2025, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the county government's additional allocations number 2 bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2025, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report to the Committee of the Whole that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Air Passenger Service Charge Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2025, and approved the same with amendments.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report, and I also request Honorable Bowen Kangogo to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Kangogo.
Madam Chair, I second.
Honorable members, order members. Honorable Kaluma, that Kamukunji is illegal. Honorable members, I propose a question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. May I put the question? I put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Mover, to move that reading.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Air Passenger Service Charge Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2025 be now read a third time. And I also request the Honorable CPA Ruto to second in agreement, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I second.
I therefore propose the question, which is that the Air Passenger Service Charge Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2025 be now read a third time. I now put the question, having confirmed that the House is properly constituted, I put the question, which is that the Air Passenger Service Charge Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2025 be now read a third time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Air Passenger Service Charge Act and for connected purposes.
Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has of the County Government's Additional Allocations number 2 Bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2025, and approved the same without amendments.
Honorable
With
Chairperson.
amendments, thereof with amendments.
With amendments. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the County Government's Additional Allocations number 2 Bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2025. I also request the Honorable Dr. James Nyikal to second the motion.
Honorable Nyikal.
I second.
Honorable members, I therefore propose the question that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the County Government's Additional Allocation number 2 Bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2025. I put the question, that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the county government's additional allocations, number 2 bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2025. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a counter opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover to move third reading.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the county government's additional allocations, number 2 bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2025, be now read at that time. I also request the Honorable Kaluma to second.
Honorable Kaluma.
Honorable Speaker, this is a very important bill. And because the House has gone through it in detail, and because of the other businesses we have pending, Honorable Speaker, I second.
Therefore, honorable members, I propose the question that the county government's additional allocations number 2 bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2025, be now read a third time. I put the question that, Honorable Mawathe, you are totally out of order. I put the question that the county government's additional allocation number 2 bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2025, be now read at that time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a counter opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for additional allocations to county governments for the financial year 2025-2026, the responsibility of national government and county government with respect to such allocations and for connected purpose.
Before we go to the next order, allow me to recognize in the speakers gallery this afternoon, Ruby Craft Adventist School from Karachuonyo constituency in Homa Bay County, seated at the speakers gallery. We welcome you to observe the proceedings of the House. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, consideration of the 5th report on the examination of financial statements of selected state corporations.
This motion had been moved. Honorable Ward Chief, you are on your feet. Seconding.
Yes, as I do this, Madam Speaker, allow me to welcome the Homa Bay students as well, on behalf of Kaluma as well. Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion on consideration of the 5th report of the examination of the financial report statement of selected state corporations. And that is National Security, Social Security Fund, Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute, National Hospital Insurance Fund, and Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Madam Speaker, my chair, Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe, moved this motion with effectiveness and details. And there are some issues that we observed as a committee, which I want to go through briefly. Number one, Madam Speaker, all these corporations had something in common. That is lack of entitlement through land ownership by title deeds and legal documents. Most of them didn't have, especially KBC, which had almost 32 parcels, had none, including even where the headquarters is hosted. NHIF had a very valuable parcel, 10 acres parcel in Karen, which for a long time they didn't get into position and rolled into a dispute. And right now, the matter is in a court. Madam Speaker, these are very valuable assets which were not taken seriously by this state corporation. And we were concerned, and still is as a committee. The other issue was delay of availing documents during audit report. Most of the time, there were no audit reports document to the auditors, especially reconciled financial statement and also accounting records. Other issues which were very glaring to the committee and are concern is the issue of imprest. Madam Speaker, the law is very clear. Within 7 days, the imprest should be surrendered. Most of this corporation didn't, being in a breach of Section 71 of the PFM Act. And we recommended, Madam Speaker, within 6 months of adoption of this report, those accounting officers, if not acted, should be surcharged. Another issue, Madam Speaker, was underfunding and also delay in disbursement of from the exchequer, rather exchequer release. Madam, this one was a pain which we also understood as a committee. If the funds are released late and we are in a program-based budget, most of the programs ended up not being fulfilled. And we underscored that the Treasury should be sensitive to this so that the money is released on time for programs slated to be implemented on time. Madam Speaker, the debt management policy. This we found out that most corporations do not even have the policy itself. And a lot of money were lying uncollected for years and years. Some even for as much as 2 years have not been collected. We recommended as a committee that strong policies should be in place and be implemented so that we don't have money outside. Madam Speaker, theft, this was glaring, and we were very concerned that theft which happens in this corporation. For example, at the Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute, there was a loss of deep sea observator costing 13 million. Of concern was that there was no insurance to this equipment. There was no recovery after it was stolen and still remained in their books. That was a very big concern. Other issues were also considered by the committee, especially across all these 4 state corporations. Madam Speaker, there was weak corporate management, governance, so to speak. They didn't have, from board management to internal controls, they didn't have elaborate, across all of them. There was also lack of coordination with sector auditors as well as state corporation officers. Actually, if there is close coordination with these officers, most of them would not end up having those audit queries. They would get their act together and give us a report in time, and also even avail the documents as required by the auditors. Number 3, there was lack of effective debt management, as I have said earlier. Policy was very weak. Some even had none whatsoever. So we were wondering, how do you collect your debts if you don't have a policy? Madam Speaker, these corporations depended so much on exchequer, beating the fact that all the state corporations were established in order to have some investments so that they can, over a certain period, be on their own to generate their funds and run their affairs. But we found out that all of them still rely on exchequer. That's why if the exchequer release is delayed, then their program also have side effects or negative effects. Madam Speaker, lastly, we also found that most of them do not update their asset registers. So you cannot know what the state corporation is really worth because of lack of that inventory. The rest of this, and I urge members to read this report, is very, very detailed as moved by my chair. I ask to adopt this report so that all the recommendations that we have said be implemented. And we do ask, especially the Committee on Implementation, that when passed like this, please take a quick, because some are, we have said within 3 months, some within 6 months. If not implemented quickly, Madam Speaker, then those days will elapse without actions which we have asked to be done, put in place. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to second.
Honorable members, I propose the question that this House adopts the 5th report of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture on its examination of the financial statements of the following state corporations laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 5th August 2025. Number 1, National Social Security Fund for financial year 2020-2021. Number 2, Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute for the year 2019-2020 to 2020-2021. Number 3, National Hospital Insurance Fund for financial year 2018-2019 to 2020-2021. And finally, the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation for financial year 2013-2014 to 2018-2019. Honorable Member for Funyula, are you on this one?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me stand to support the report by PIC, by the specific PIC, and let me commend them for having gone to the archives and picked some long, old stories to enable us present their report here. Honorable Speaker, there are two issues that require us to be very clear, to go on record, and this needs to be taken seriously by the leadership of the House. The Constitution of Kenya clearly says the timelines to examine audited accounts, present a report, and have them adopted in the House for purposes of action. Honorable Speaker, here we are dealing with the financial year 2020-something, long after the 6 months allowed in the Constitution. So, Honorable Speaker, it would seem all the work we are doing is just work in vain. It's an exercise in futility that has got no force of law, cannot be enforced. Honorable Speaker, they have made very far-reaching recommendations. Reprimand the then accounting officer, do this XYZ. Honorable Speaker, the then accounting officer will simply say, this is out of time, because the Constitution did not give us any leeway to do anything else other than to follow the timelines provided for in the Constitution. These are debates, and I hope at one time or another, the House leadership will say the same and facilitate these committees to ensure they timeously review these audit reports and make the recommendations on the floor of the House. The third issue, Honorable Speaker, there's also a cross-cutting recommendation. And many of these PIC reports dealing with these sagas and state departments normally have got an issue about land, title to the land grabbing, and the rest of the things. Honorable Speaker, in many other forums, because I'm a member of the Association of Surveyors of Kenya, in many other forums, we have advised the ministries, we have advised the sagas, we have advised the executive as a whole, that many times we do not have to go through the long process of acquiring a title. All that you simply need to do, you need to vest that land in that particular organization and follow the provisions of the Land Act insofar as identification of the boundaries of land is concerned. Thereafter, the rest of the process will be so simple. And the Honorable Speaker, it is obvious you can never apply and enforce adverse possession on public land. That's a settled point of law. So anybody who is there cannot even be qualified to be a squatter. That's an invader. The government does not even need to go to court to evict them because you can never claim adverse possession on public land. These are very simple things, Honorable Speaker, that anybody would simply move with the speed, avoid these long stories that keep on wasting people's time, or they will tell they don't have a budget to hire a surveyor, they don't have a budget to do what and what and what. Many of the places in this country, Honorable Speaker, are already geo-referenced. You simply go to pick the boundaries and you know the coordinates of point 1, point 2 to point 3, and it makes life much, much easier. Honorable Speaker, the sagas of the State Department or the units, the parastatals being discussed here, have got very important history in this country of Kenya. It makes my heart bleed when they paint a very sorry state of Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, formerly VOK. Many of us who grew up in those days, KBC or VOK was the mouthpiece that used to communicate. If you are in government, if you are a minister, an assistant minister, a permanent secretary, or a director of medical services, you will never miss to listen to news at 1 p.m. You never miss. So, honest, I feel bad when I see in the report that KBC is literally insolvent. When I see KBC entering some very dubious, odious loan arrangement or engagements that does not advance anything out of it. Honorable Speaker, BBC is a government-owned entity, and it has lived governments upon governments. It has outlived governments upon governments. It will continue to become the premier source of reliable information in the world. Voice of America, the same. All over the country, regardless whether they are misused by the current political regime or not, we must always have a national broadcaster that is sustainable, that is not insolvent, that can continue to disseminate information of the government at any given time. Considering that the new constitution has outlawed bias reporting. With those very few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support the report for the sake of it, because it has no constitutional mandate, just for the sake of it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, Honorable Member, Leader of Majority, you are out. If not, Honorable Zamzam, out.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this report of the Committee of Public Investments on Social Services, Administration, and Agriculture. Honorable Speaker, when you go through this report of the committee, Honorable Speaker, you see that the committee indeed did put in a lot of man-hours to consider audited reports of the financial years some dating back to 2013, 2014, as Honorable Udo was saying, for KBC, some dating back to 2018, 2019 for NHIF, or the defunct NHIF, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, special attention, I drew special attention to a number of issues that are raised in that report by the committee, especially around the National Hospital Insurance Fund. Honorable Speaker, if you read that report, you will see that there is a car park that was built at community next to the existing NHIF tower. A car park that is reported in this report to have cost 337% of its original cost. Honorable Speaker, that is not just illegal, it is actually criminal, because you cannot vary a contract 337% of the original cost, Honorable Speaker, without repercussions. Honorable Speaker, it is customary that every year the Auditor General does reports. They are considered by the committees of this House. Recommendations are done or tabled before this House. We adopt, and I do hope, Honorable Speaker, that we will support Chairman Wango and the committee in adopting this report as it is, including the recommendations, Honorable Speaker. And I'll be moving, Honorable Speaker, at an appropriate time, that the Committee on Implementation rises to the occasion, and I hope the Honorable Karemba is in the House. I don't see him. the honorable implementation chaired by none other than the member for Budalangi, the Honorable Raphael Wanjala. That, Honorable Wanjala, you have your work cut out for you. There is no way this House can sit, adopt reports, and nothing is ever done. Those officers at NHIF who varied that contract to 337%, Honorable Wanjala, your committee must ensure that the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, DCI, those who are in charge of economic crimes, take action against specific officers at the defunct NHIF. Otherwise, we normalize corruption, we normalize theft, and it becomes normal for people to just steal and pilfer public funds and walk away scot-free. You can see some of those characters. The former CEO of NHIF is all over now pretending to be running for a governor's seat. How can you be running to be a governor in the county of Nakuru on pilfered funds, Honorable Speaker? And we must not use elective public office as a laundromat or as a laundry for laundering or cleaning people who have pilfered public funds. The former CEO, National Health Insurance Fund, must answer to these issues, Honorable Wanjala, and you must ensure through the Committee on Implementation that former CEO, Jeff Mwangi, does answer to this kind of outright theft of public resources, Honorable Speaker. We must not allow criminals to get away scot-free, then run for public office to hide behind public office, Honorable Speaker. And when you are arrested, you start now crying, oh, I'm being arrested because of politics. There is nothing political when you pilfer public funds. How do you go and construct a car park at 300% of its original cost? And to make what matters worse, Honorable Speaker, you escalate the costs and still don't complete the building. If you go to that building, Honorable Speaker, lifts that were to be installed to make it functional, because you cannot park on the level 3 basement and your office is on the 17th floor and you're expected to climb up on the lifts as much as you want to live healthy. And Honorable Speaker, that building today has no functional lifts. No wonder, and you will see from the committee's report, Honorable Wanjala, that car park is underutilized. It's only being utilized at the level of 20%. Yet we have sunk billions, Honorable Speaker. And we want to say that this House should allow people to just walk away scot-free? We must not allow it to happen, Honorable Speaker. And we must make sure, and that is why I'm challenging the Honorable Raphael Wanjala, to make sure that those culprits, especially those known criminals at the defunct NHIF, are brought to book. Honorable Speaker, I hear the Honorable Raphael Wanjala saying he's taken up the challenge. I hope we will see people in court.
I just want to confirm that whatever he has said is not on record at all. So continue, Honorable Leader of Majority.
I hope he will have an opportunity to speak to these issues so that he not only says in his position that he has taken up a challenge, but confirm to the House that he will ensure these people face their day in court. Honorable Speaker, again, if you read that report, the issue of pending bills at the National Hospital Insurance Fund is a sticking issue, and the chair of the Health Committee, the Honorable Dr. Nyikal, will tell you. Many of the issues that you hear with private hospitals today, with mission hospitals, with public hospitals, are issues that emanate from the defunct NHIF. Because people are accustomed, Honorable Speaker, to faking bills and getting money from the defunct NHIF. And you've had stories, Honorable Speaker, where people had amputations on the same leg 3 times. And you wonder, how do you have the same right leg amputated the first time, the second time, The member for Suba South is saying that it is possible to amputate from below the knee, then above the knee, then at the hip, the same leg. But Honorable Speaker, you know it was outright theft. And these are some of the issues, Honorable Speaker, and I want to challenge again the committee to ensure that in line with the recommendation that they have put, that now the Social Health Authority that has taken up the work of the defunct NHIF moves with speed to ensure that they quickly verify all the bills that are owed to public and private hospitals in the country, so that those that are payable are paid. Those are not payable are not paid. And not just not paying, they must also ensure that those who have lodged fake claims to the defunct NHIF are also brought to book. Because that is the only way, Honorable Speaker, to end this pilferage of public resources, Honorable Speaker. When you steal from the sick, Honorable Speaker, I mean, you don't even deserve to be living if you are stealing from the sick. And you've seen people stealing from NHIF money that belongs to patients, Honorable Speaker. And I want to plead with the committee that if and when we adopt this report, the Committee on Implementation again takes up this matter with NHIF or SHA to ensure that this matter is closed so that the bills that are payable. I have seen a number of mission hospitals saying we are owed so many billions by SHA, and what they are carrying forward is the bills that came from NHIF, Honorable Speaker. And I remember one case in the recent past, I think it was a bishop in Kakamega, who had to unfortunately eat his own words when he said that the St. Mary's Hospital in Kakamega was owed billions by SHA, and said that unlike when it was promised that it would be paid close to 90 million shillings, they had only been paid 9 million shillings. Honorable Speaker, that bishop unfortunately had to eat his own words 2 days after, when it became clear and evidence was tabled before the bishop that that hospital had been paid close to 90 million shillings by SHA, as had been said by the Prime Cabinet Secretary in that function, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, even as I plead to our religious leaders, Honorable Speaker, to verify things before they say them in public, to also appreciate that there are indeed monies that are owed by the defunct NHIF. And that is why it's important, as the committee has recommended, that we verify those bills that are payable, and those that are not real bills, they are notified that these are not payable, so that they also stop accruing them in their books and waiting for payments that probably will never be paid. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, Kenya Broadcasting Corporation and the Honorable Uhuru spoke to it. KBC stands the potential of being a super rich public institution in this country. And it is true, many public broadcasting corporations around the world, even the BBC that the Honorable Ruto was alluding to, get support from government. And indeed, the Exchequer in the UK does support the British Broadcasting Corporation. But that, Honorable Speaker, does not mean that in this day and age, state corporations cannot reinvent themselves and work in a way that they become profitable institutions. And KBC stands that potential, Honorable Speaker. This is a very rich institution, Honorable Speaker. If you look at the land resources that KBC holds, right here in Karen, between Karen and Gong, around Kirarapon, KBC has land, I think, is close to 100 acres. Go to Mombasa, Jomvu, Kisauni. They have prime land, Honorable Speaker, that can be utilized to make sure that they're able to settle their debts, and they are able to function and modernize their broadcasting facilities so that they're able to compete with other private sector players in the broadcast industry, Honorable Speaker. Again, we must challenge them, Honorable Speaker, in this day and age. They must be more innovative than they have been. I can see now at least they have been able to upgrade a bit of their resources, especially around live broadcasting, but also to take advantage of programs like they did with Chan. Honorable Speaker, those who were following the Chan competitions know that in this region, whether it was Uganda, whether it was Tanzania, there is nowhere else that sponsors, and Total Energies can confirm this, where there was such good positive vibe and marketing
than in the Republic of Kenya. And even the participation of our fans in patronizing our stadia, in cheering the teams that were playing, in the marketing and promotional services that were being aired on TVs, Honorable Speaker, there was no better place than in Kenya. And that portends the potential that KBC holds, that even as we look forward to AFCON later next year, Honorable Speaker, that they will take advantage and ensure that they have broadcast rights for AFCON and be able to auction those broadcast rights to many other broadcasters around the world and make money, Honorable Speaker. And even the World Cup, Honorable Speaker, there is no reason why KBC cannot get auction rights for broadcasting World Cup and other sporting activities, even the recent International Athletics World Championships, Honorable Speaker. These are opportunities that KBC can take advantage of and make sure that they stand strong as a profitable state corporation that will give us dividends in the near future. And I wish them well, Honorable Speaker. And let me conclude by thanking the Chair, Honorable Angwe, because he has churned out a number of reports within a very short time when he has been Chair of this committee, and we can see that we are now coming up to speed in consideration of many audited reports. And I want to encourage all the other oversight committees to follow the example that the Honorable Angwe has set out in ensuring that you not only consider and invite people to room 8 and room 9 up here, but also ensure that you table reports for adoption and consideration by the House. And I hope, as I have mentioned, that the Committee on Implementation will immediately, upon adoption of these reports, follow up on the issues that have been raised by this committee to ensure that we hold to account those who pilfer public resources, those who misuse public resources, those who vary contracts up to 337% and waste public resources, Honorable Speaker. They now pretend that they can hide behind politics, that they will have their day in court to answer on their misappropriation of public resources. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support. Thank you.
Very well. Before I give the next opportunity, allow me to recognize, still in the Speaker's gallery, the second group from Ruby Craft Adventist School, Karachuonyo constituency in Homa Bay County. You're welcome to observe the proceedings of the House. Honorable Member for Bomet, are you on this one? No. Honorable Mutuse Ekomas, not on this one. Honorable Nikal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I rise to support this report, I only want to make one point, and it is the point on land. Many institutions, not just those that are mentioned here, actually have their premises on land that they have occupied, and they're large tracts of land, and all of them do not have titles to this land. And what happens is that now people settle there, people make claims there, and this includes schools, police stations, and leave alone this. And in schools, you even find now people who had given land, their grandfathers had given land, are now coming to claim back the land. So for me, the one thing I would like the Committee on Implementation to really follow on from this report is the issue of land. All public institutions must regularize or must get titles for the lands on which their institutions stand. It's actually going to be a crisis that, like, look at the case of NHIF. Land that was there now has become a court case. And you look at KBC that we are saying, many pieces of land, again, they don't own them. And there's no way they can even utilize them to improve their finances and do everything. So mine, Madam Speaker, that is the issue. I've said it many times, but I don't see much being taken. If the institution can't do it, maybe the Ministry of Land or the Land Commission should actually take up the matter and ensure that all public institutions have titles to the pieces of land that they own. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member for Rarieda. Not on this one?
Madam Speaker, thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this report by PIC on social services, administration and agriculture. And I hope Honorable Wangwe will be listening. Madam Speaker, first of all, I think that this committee has tried. They have gone back over the years. And this is very important because these committees are time-bound. These reports are time-bound, and as long as they're outside of the time, they may be of no legal effect. I look particularly at page 3 in terms of the question of title deed. And Madam Speaker, this matter has recurred in many institutions. Even the judiciary at one time lost the courts in Eldoret to a grabber. And what it must take is a very ruthless, accounting officer, so that any public land that is taken, take it back, then we face the consequences. Madam Speaker, on page 4, about the question of, failing to provide audit documents, while I support the report, I urge the chairman and the committee next time to go further. Because failure to provide answers to the audit report is already unlawful. But now failure to provide them to the committee is also expressly unlawful. And there are measures that the committee can take, including surcharging the particular officer. So I'd urge that next time they go further. On page 5, the question of interest, I am totally in agreement with the committee that the accounting officers should ensure interest is surrendered within 7 days. And in this case, if they fail to surrender, then they should be surcharged. And this should send a message to accounting officers that you should not wait for the auditor to come, for the committee to sit over what you already know is the provision of the law. On page 7, I like the idea of the committee reprimanding the particular officer in that particular place, the one who was in charge of HR. But that now brings me to a different subject. Madam Speaker, I think it is time when we write this report, we abide by what the Constitution says. The Constitution says people must take personal responsibility for financial impropriety and for doing the wrong things. This idea of saying the accounting officer, the HR officer, does not make them feel the pinch. If it is Otiende Amolo, you should say Otiende Amolo, who was in charge at that time, should be surcharged, and you indicate the amount. If it is gross, you should be prepared to say that that particular officer, who you name, is unfit to hold public office or ought to be removed from public office. As long as you don't do that, they hide under the banner of a state department and they don't feel the pinch. Now, I realize that the committee has not done that here because this house had set a precedent. When in Park, about 5 or 4 years ago, we went ahead to name the officers. Some members of this house moved amendment and extracted their name. We should support these committees. We should not diminish them. Because when we diminish them, we are diminishing ourselves. I think it is important that we now start naming the officers. Where it is gross, we say they are unfit to hold public office, we surcharge them within a time frame. And beyond that, Madam Speaker, I think we should have the chair of budget to start looking at these reports. Some of these departments that are grossly mismanaging public resources should suffer the consequence of budget cuts, because otherwise they feel nothing. All these reports just become idle. Madam Speaker, I support this committee. I support that we support all the PIC and the PSCs in this house. When their reports are brought, if we must amend, let's amend to strengthen them, not to weaken them. Madam Speaker, I support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I agree with you. There must be a point of meeting between the audit committees and the departmental committees, because the departmental committees are the ones that deal with the budget, but these reports should be available when that process is happening. The next chance, Honorable Mutuse, are you ready now on this?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for granting me the opportunity to contribute on this very important audit report by the Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe. Madam Speaker, as you know, Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe is one of the most serious legislators that I have interacted with in this house. He takes his work very, very seriously. And by the virtue of his seriousness, I also vouch for the seriousness of his committee's report. Kenyans need to know, Madam Speaker, that outside the mainstream public service that is superintended by principal secretaries, there are a lot of resources that lie in parastatus, as they were. And therefore, reports of audit committees relating to parastatus are as relevant as audit reports of the mainstream public service. And therefore, because there is a lot of financial, land, and property resources within our parastatus, audit committees of the people's representatives in this house ought to look into the financial and other affairs of those parastatus in a very serious manner so that public resources, as has been said in this house, are safeguarded. Madam Speaker, I am in support of this report, but even as I support this report, I want to urge the audit committees of this house to move from where we have been, because looking at audit reports every other time, the toughest recommendation that we make are normally very lenient. It has come a time when audit committees need to recommend that accounting officers who superintend over misappropriation of public resources should be barred from holding public office. I have, in my time in the Public Accounts Committee and reading through many audit reports, we have been shy to make radical recommendations in our audit committees, and therefore I want to urge, as we support this report, the audit committees of this House to be bold enough, where you find that resources are being misappropriated, to make the recommendation that the people who superintended over that misuse of public resources should never hold public resources. That is the moment Kenyans will begin to take this House seriously, and that is the moment this House will have taken a frontal role in the fight against corruption. Because as you know, Madam Speaker, under Chapter 6 of the Constitution and under the Leadership and Integrity Act, and the practice that has been established in our country, if a person is named in an audit in a parliamentary report as not being fit to hold public office, that person indeed can never hold a public office in future. And that is when people will realize that public office is a trust. You do not go to public office to enrich yourself. That is the time people will realize that Parliament, as the people's watchdog, can bite. We do not just bark, we can also bite. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I congratulate the committee that is led by my good friend and support their report, but add that our audit committees, all of them, beginning from the most premier Public Accounts Committee and the PICs in their severalty, must now make recommendations that are radical so that Parliament, going forward, is taken seriously. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Homa Bay Town, Honorable Kaluma.
Honorable Speaker, let me, before I go into the meat of the report, welcome the students coming all the way from Karachuonyo to observe the proceedings of Parliament on behalf of the area MP, the Honorable Andrew Okwome Adepo. Honorable Speaker, my grandmother, Margarita Uhuru, is Nyar Karachuonyo. And so I'm very elated to see that these students have come to observe the proceedings and to see by their own eyes what Parliament, which is our national legislative house, does. They are welcome to observe proceedings, Honorable Speaker, and I wish them well in their learning tour of matters governance. Honorable Speaker, sometimes I think we need to establish some holding ground for criminals within Parliament. I've listened through this report very keenly when it was moved, how it has been seconded, and I've read through the report, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, a parking facility for NHIF, which was contracted at 970 million, the contract price has moved from 970 million to 3.9 billion. And we are talking about it as if it is just an ordinary theft. Honorable Speaker, NHIF is the body we charged with the insurance of our health services in this country, the national insurer. We had cases in the past where people cannot be treated, people cannot be paid for. Yet, Honorable Speaker, a facility across the road there, the contract price has moved from 970 million to 3.9 billion, and the contractor, Honorable Speaker, is still working free as we talk here. Honorable Speaker, the people who are in charge of the funds of National Hospital Insurance Fund are still free. We are being told some even intend to run for public offices. I think we now need to develop some holding ground for criminals within Parliament. Honorable Speaker, the theft under construction works in this country are hidden under some engineering rules called the FIDIC rules. And if you remember that facility, for quite a long time you would see a crane there. No work is going on. It means the contractor has ceased to be building, they employ accountants, and they are forging claims under what they call suspension of works. We would excuse such situations, Honorable Speaker, if ultimately when the contractor got paid, work was done. But we are being told the lift that was to be used to convey the vehicles to the parking base of the facility have not been installed. The facility is working at 20%. These are people who should be in jail. And I don't know whether it has been recommended succinctly, but this is a matter the chair of the committee in charge of public accounts in this particular sphere ought to have forwarded with a recommendation straight to EACC, the DPP, to effect arrest immediately, to effect arrest. And if we were to do that, Honorable Speaker, then we would be a serious house. And this report ought to have gone further and said EACC to report to the relevant committee of Parliament regularly. If possible, within each and every 2 weeks, we have them here to analyze progress reports, which would be the committees in charge of justice and legal affairs, and maybe the committee on implementation, and this committee itself. Honorable Speaker, what is happening in this area is painful. The other way these people used to steal, Honorable Speaker, you've seen some facility we are building for the police hospitals across on Bagathi Road there. We budget for the money as the committee under which the police falls, the Committee on Administration, Internal Security, and we budget for 400 million. That money, Honorable Speaker, is then taken to KDF. Soldiers are free, they have engineers, they can build. Ultimately, Honorable Speaker, we are told it is not the soldiers who built the facility, it is an individual contractor who was given the property, the facility to build by, now KDF. And you've seen a facility complete there. Police officers for their injuries have no stone, but the facility is furnished. The 400 million has been used. Honorable Speaker, do you know why it has not been handed over to the police? The contractor is now seeking 1.4 billion on top of the 400 million for which we paid. I wanted to urge Honorable Wangwe, because I see administration also falls under him. Go for that facility immediately so that it can be released to the police to start serving the police officers as we deal with it. Honorable Speaker, it is very sad to hear that Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, even the land on which it is sitting, it does not have the title for it. Prime properties, Honorable Speaker, at the coast in Mombasa, in Nyali, Jomvu, everywhere. There are no titles, up to 32 titles, Honorable Speaker, and this is a struggling facility. The properties are being encroached into by individuals, including people we know, including people we know, including people we know. Honorable Speaker, we want these reports not just to tell us they have been grabbed. I know the chair of the committee knows the people I'm talking about. KBC must get back all the land that were owned by KBC or appropriated to it as a public institution or corporation. And Honorable Speaker, they must all be titled. And I hope tough recommendations, Honorable Speaker, have been made for reclamation and, requisition or, the claiming back of those titles so that we have them. And then we move together, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, people have been saying that NHIF was better. NHIF was better. SHA is not working. The people of Kenya, SHA is working. Say SHA is not working until you get sick. I can tell you, Honorable Kibagendi, I have blood relatives being treated through SHA. And by the way, people from the counties who are shouting most how SHA is not working are the counties which are the highest registered in the country, if you look at top 10. When things are working, and then Kibagendi, don't talk when I'm talking. You are a first-time MP here. I'm a senior MP. You keep quiet. Yeah, there are times when we are talking serious things. Honorable Speaker, when we have something working, let us say it is working. When there are teething issues and problems to be addressed, let us address them. But Honorable Speaker, for the people who keep saying we should go back to NHIF, in this report, you see why they are saying so. Because NHIF was a milk cow. It was an elephant put down. They were eating it. You are given a contract for 900 million and you get 3.9 billion. And you do nothing about it. We are saying this parliament killed NHIF. This parliament enacted the law establishing SHA, and whatsoever the amount of noise you make because of the systemic corruption for which we killed NHIF, we are not going back there. Let us encourage all Kenyans, Honorable Speaker, to register. And where we are doing well, Honorable Speaker, let us say we are doing well. We can say very many things. I heard people talking about Ruto at 3, against Uhuru at 3. There is no government in Kenya since independence which at 3 years is doing better than this government. And I can say this without any shame. You know, all the others are 3 years. The Kibaki regime at 3 years, the Bomas draft had been rejected. Raila and others had been kicked out, Honorable Speaker, and now it was a tribal group running this country. And these are truth. Let us support the government, let us support these initiatives, but Honorable Speaker, I recommend that for once we want to see what Wanjala Rafael, the Committee on Implementation, is doing. We must bring people here, and not just the people who are in charge of those funds, but also the contractor. Honorable Speaker, with those very many remarks, I thank you. Yes.
Honorable Member for Igembe Central, Honorable Karido.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also participate on this audit report. First and foremost, may I congratulate the team led by Honorable Wangwe for this great work well done. Madam Speaker, the audit report's recommendations must be followed to the letter. In order for them to be worthy, we need these recommendations followed, and we need to be seen working and doing what is right. Madam Speaker, I will not dwell much on this SHA, NHIF, and the like issues, but I will dwell most on land issues. Madam Speaker, we have many corporations in this country with huge tracts of lands that have no title deeds, and it's an embarrassment at this age for corporations like KBC to have those lands without title deeds. Madam Speaker, we have institutions, like in my constituency in Meru County, Igembe Central. We have public lands, Madam Speaker, owned by learning institutions without title deeds. And most of them have been grabbed. And the grabbers have gone to an extent of even being forceful, using all corrupt means to make sure they retain the public lands meant for public institutions because of lack of title deeds. Madam Speaker, it's the high time that as committees in this House, even the PIC Committee on Governance and Education, we are also been facing the same, whereby we have even universities land without title deeds. We must categorically encourage and work on this one, and encourage the implementation committee to make sure that these reports are worked upon, and all those involved, especially those who have encroached on public lands, in public institutions, and even public corporations, to take responsibility for the grabbing. Madam Speaker, it's also discouraging, whereby we have people who have been looting the public funds, especially the NHIF, who are scot-free. I think it's the high time that we make sure we implement these reports, to have them brought books so that they can pay, get surcharged, and even get jailed for these crimes, so that the young generations can learn from them and avoid these evil deeds on our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Member for Saboti, Honorable Caleb.
Madam Speaker, allow me to pass on this one because I have another report to give to allow other members to also contribute. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Member for Kangema, not in the House. Honorable Member for Mwingi West.
Madam Speaker, I am interested in the next motion of the special funds. Kindly skip.
Very well. If there is no more, Honorable Karoli, where is your card? No, it's not. Honorable Karoli, you have the floor.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to, so that we make progress, I'll just make two comments on this issue. One is the idea of individual criminal liability for breach of national values and principles on public service and financial management under our Constitution, in particular Articles 10 and 232. I think the accountability committees, the PIC and PACs, in their reports should clearly emphasize this nexus between breach of these values and criminal liability, so that those public servants who don't use public resources prudently or conspire to have abuse of resources are actually held accountable. No such case has come forward, but if you read our Constitution carefully and the related legislation, actually we should be holding people criminally liable for even not processing a title deed for an institution that you are responsible for, because that is part of their core responsibility, to protect and preserve public property. So instead of complaining and always giving these crooks a free pass, I think in future the reports should single out the individuals who have neglected or derelicted from their duties, so that we can hold them liable. Second point I would like to emphasize is on parliamentary powers and privileges, in particular Section 23. No public servant, no public officer can refuse to give this House or its committees a document, a record, a report, or anything, including those state organs that are clustered as security organs. In other words, we have full powers to summon and receive any document that we require for our work. So those who have actually denied the committee access to certain documents have actually broken the law. And instead of summoning them or fining them, we should file a criminal complaint for them to be taken to court, because that is what Section 23 of Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act says. No officer and no state organ, including the security organs, can refuse to give to this House a record, a document, a report, if we ask for it. If you look at the NHIF, the story of NHIF with respect to a project in Karen tells you how criminal-minded most of our public officers are. Billions have been spent on designs, on consultancy fees, quantity surveyors, architects, engineers, some lawyers, billions and billions. But there is not a single stone that has been laid on the ground to build the famous Karen Hospital. But billions have been spent. And that is just one example. And if you want to know how idle we apply government resources, Kenya Broadcasting Corporation has a very big parcel of land in Game where they've put their masts. It is important for aviation and communication, but there's a university in Yala which is completely without enough land to expand its activities. And I think it is time that Kenya Broadcasting Corporation figured out how to support Odera Kango, the college there for Jaramogi University, by donating some of its idle land to that university. With those, I support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Busia, are you on this?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is what I describe in my nervous system, like walking on glass. By the time the land is transferred to an individual, land that belongs to public, before anything, we have the chiefs or the assistant chiefs, the village elders, even the community that know very well that this is public land. By the time even it reaches the land registrar's table, then finally it is transferred to an individual. Somebody somewhere should do something to raise the flag and say, no, this is public land, and refuse completely, or even the registrar himself or herself. So whoever is taking public land and turning it into a personal property, everybody in that lineage, from the quantity, whatever, surveyors, those who do the changes, should be implicated in the fraud. So I think we should protect our public land, whether it belongs to NHIF or it belongs to NSSF, or we can do something else with it in future, because times are changing every day, and that land, if we don't protect it today, we will have nothing to do creativity for our nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There being no more interest on this motion, mover to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to appreciate my colleagues for having taken their time to read our report as a Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture, and the overwhelming input that they have enriched the report. Especially, Honorable Speaker, the suggestions by the Honorable Otienda Molo, the Honorable Kaluma, and my very good friend, the MB for Suba, who also happens to be Suba's Aluyas in another destination. Honorable Speaker, what Honorable Karori has said, coupled with the two other colleagues, I will have to download the answer, Honorable Speaker, and address in the next reports, such that we have it incorporated in the future reports as they come onto the floor, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me also to emphasize the issue of 333%. Is, Honorable Speaker, outright theft. That the 333%, Honorable Speaker, was not just meant for the construction of the car park. Instead, Honorable Speaker, there was so much lumping inside the figure, such that if you open up the figure, Honorable Speaker, which I want EACC to listen and take it serious, if they open up the 337%, Honorable Speaker, what you will find is that after the closure of the accounts by the public works officers, the managing director, Honorable Speaker, and then opened the books, lumped figures into the amount, and ran away with the figures, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, it's upon EACC, Honorable Speaker, to really do it. And the way my colleagues have expressed anger onto that issue of 337%, let us see the action of that happening with the follow-up of the implementation committee. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, I'm very grateful to my colleagues. And as I beg to move to reply, wish to request that Honorable Speaker, within the reading of Standing Order 53, subsection 3, request that you defer the putting of the question of this report. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to reply.
Very well, and your request is assented to. The putting of the question will be done in the next appointed sitting. Honorable members, next order.
Order number 10, the privatization bill, National Assembly Bill number 36 of 2025, second reading.
Honorable members, this order on request of the mover will be stepped down for today's sitting. Next order. Next order was to be order number 11. On the request of the mover, we shall rearrange the order paper a bit, start with order number 12, and again order number 13, then come back to order number 11. So, next order.
Order number 12, motion, consideration of the sixth report on the examination of financial statements of selected state corporations.
Chairperson, Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture. Is it Honorable Wangwe? But being moved by member for Saboti.
Yes.
If I got it right.
Yeah, yes.
Yes. Honorable Caleb.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Chairman, for giving me the opportunity to move the report on your behalf. Madam Speaker, the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture is one of the 6 watchdog committees in this 13th Parliament that examines reports of the Auditor General laid before the National Assembly to ensure efficiency and effectiveness in the use of public resources. And so therefore the committee is established under the National Assembly Standing Order.
Honorable Caleb, maybe your chair didn't guide you on the procedure.
Yes.
Kindly move the motion as is on the order paper, then go to the details.
Ah, okay, sorry. So I beg to move the following motion. The sixth report of the Public Investments Committee on the Social Services, Administration and Agriculture on the consideration of the Auditor General's reports on the financial statements of selected state corporations, on the adoption of the Auditor General's reports on the financial statements of 4 state corporations.
Honorable Caleb, kindly read the motion that this House adopts the way it is on the order paper for the record.
Yes, that...
the way it is. Do you have the order paper?
I do not have, but I can quickly...
Kindly give him the hard copy of the order paper.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopt the sixth report of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture on its examination of financial statements of the following state corporations laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 5th August 2025. Number 1, Agrochemical and the Food Company Limited for the financial year 2015-2016 and the financial year 2016-2017. Number 2, Kenya Animal Genetics Resources Center for the financial year 2011, 2020, 2012, and financial years 2017, 2018. Number 3, Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital for the financial year 2015, 2016 to the financial year 2016, 2017. And number 4, Public Benefit Organization Regulatory Authority, which is formerly the NGO Coordination Board for the financial year 1992, 1993 to 2006, 2007. Honorable Speaker, like I said earlier, the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture is one of the 6 watchdog committees in the 13th Parliament that examines reports of the Auditor General laid before the National Assembly to ensure efficiency and effectiveness in the use of public resources. The committee is established pursuant to the National Assembly Standing Order 206B. Honorable Speaker, PIC with regard to the agriculture, public administration, health, and social protection sectors examines the reports and accounts of public investments, examines the reports of the Auditor General on public investments, and in the context of the autonomy and efficiency of the public investments, examines whether the affairs of the public investments are being managed in accordance with the sound financial or business principles and prudent commercial practices. This ensures the implementation of Article 229, Sub-Article 8 of the Constitutional Reports laid before the House by the Auditor General. The sixth report of the Public Investments Committee on the Social Services Administration and Agriculture contains the committee's examination of the following four state corporations. The first one is Agrochemical and Food Company Limited for financial year ending June 30th, 2016 to the financial year ending June 30th, 2017. Number two, the Kenya Animal Genetic Resource Center for the financial year 2011-2012, as well as the financial year 2017-2018. And Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital for financial year 2015-2016 to financial year 2016-2017. And finally, the Public Benefit Organization Regulatory Authority, which is formerly the NGO Coordination Board for the financial year 1992, 1993, and the financial years 2006, 2007. Honorable Speaker, in these examinations and the scrutiny of the audited financial statements of the various state corporations, the committee's primary approach was to elicit background information as to why particular courses of financial and the management actions were or were not taken. This was done with the relevant laws in mind, including the Constitution, the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and the regulations thereto, the Public Audit Act 2015, the State Corporations Act, and the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015. The committee, in considering the audited accounts of the state corporations, was guided by the Constitution of Kenya, as well as the following statutes and regulations. The first is the Public Finance Management Act of 2012, the Public Audit Act of 2015, the State Corporations Act of 1986, the Public Procurement and Assets Disposal Act of 2015, the National Assembly Standing Orders, and finally the National Assembly Powers and the Privileges Act of 2017. I will go into the general observations and the recommendations of those four states corporations, and later on I'll also look at a few specifics in regard to each and every corporations. So, Madam Speaker, generally, the committee observes a number of issues in relation to possession and ownership documents, especially on land and the buildings. The first observation is that the committee observed and noted with concern several public entities do not have title deeds, just like we've noted in the previous fifth report, and the members have deliberated on it extensively. Some of these lands have either been grabbed or encroached into denying the institution's chances of utilizing the parcels of land for the services of the public. Such cases were noted in Kenya Animal Genetic Resource Center, which had 7 parcels of land with a total acreage of 168.08 hectares that were valued, and the center did not possess title deeds for the parcels. Similarly, Madam Speaker, Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital has a land where Wasingishu Memorial Hospital is situated, which has been subject to a court case between the hospital and the former directors for over 6 years. So, what are some of the recommendations to this? First, the committee recommends that within 3 months upon adoption of this report, the accounting officer erstwhile for the respective state corporations should liaise with the principal secretaries for the respective state departments in line ministries and the National Land Commission to fast track the process of acquiring the title deeds to to resolve the ownership disputes and ensure legal actions are taken against private individuals who have illegally acquired public land. The second recommendation, Madam Speaker, is that within 3 months upon the adoption of this report, the Inspector General for the Inspectorate of State Corporations, in collaboration with the Attorney General, should compile a report of all the public lands with ownership disputes in various courts and submit to the National Assembly to be used as a basis of initiating inquiries on ownership status of the public lands and repossession where applicable. Also put caveats on all the parcel of state corporations land that are in private hands. There is also, Madam Speaker, the second observation that is general to all these institutions, delay in availing documents to Auditor General. This is now a tired line that has been observed in all the PIC reports because most of this lack of documents availing at the time of audit is across the state departments, and these have been observed as a general observation. And in this case, Madam Speaker, the committee also observed that some accounting officers did not avail complete and reconciled financial and accounting records, as well as the documentations in time for audit review and verification during the audit exercise, leading to unnecessary queries. These are some of the queries that could have been avoided in our view if these documents were availed. This is, however, Madam Speaker, is contrary to the provisions of Article 226 of the Constitution and Section 68(2) of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, which requires that the financial and the accounting records that are presented within 3 months after the close of the financial year. Section 62 of the Public Audit Act of 2015 obligates accounting officers to provide the required documents for the audit failure to which they may be sanctioned. So what is the committee recommendations? The committee, in our general recommendations, recommends that the accounting officer, then, we use the word then or erstwhile to indicate this is the accounting officer who served at that particular time, should always comply with the provisions of Section 62, Cap 2 of the Public Finance Management Act of 2012 by submitting all the required information for audit within the stipulated timelines. The second observation to this issue, Madam Speaker, is the accounting officer who fails to provide the required information for audit pursuant to 62, Article 62, Sub-Article 1 of the Public Audit Act, Cap 412B, should be prosecuted for the offense pursuant to Section 62, Subsection 2 of the Public Audit Act, Cap 412B. There was also the delayed accountability of interest. This is also a common audit query across these state departments. And the committee also observed similarly that some state corporations were in breach of Section 71 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, and the attendant regulations that require surrender of interest within 7 days upon conclusion of the assignment for which the said interest was issued. What is the committee recommendations? The committee, under the guidance of Chair, recommended that the accounting officers should ensure that interest advanced to officers is surrendered within the stipulated period of 7 days after return to the workstation in accordance with the Section 93 of the Public Finance Management, which is the National Government Regulations 2015. The second recommendation, Madam Speaker, is that within 3 months of the adoption of this report, the accounting officers who will have failed to take necessary steps to ensure that all outstanding interest within their jurisdictions are recovered from the due date should be surcharged the full amount due. And lastly, the accounting officer should submit a status report with evidence of recovery to the Auditor General for audit and reporting. Now, Madam Speaker, we look at the specifics on the observations as well as recommendation in each one of the 4 state departments briefly. And I'll start with one of the common audit queries that were raised during the committee sittings. One is a going concern. The committee heard that although the company made, that is in respect to agrochemical and the food company limited, the financial year 2015 and 2017. First, the committee had that although the company made a profit of 227,711,344, which one of the key observations was concerned that the company has been paying management fee, and in particular, it paid 30,207,376 Kenya shillings to Meta Group in the year ended 30th June. 2016 as management fees for having seconded a chief executive officer. This was despite the fact that the company reported negative working capital of 7,112,908,196 Kenya shillings as at 30th June 2016, and a net loss of 227,711,344 Kenya shillings. Madam Speaker, the company is currently under the privatization process, and the due diligence had been done awaiting approval. However, the process has taken quite some time. The company, therefore, is technically insolvent. So what were the committee recommendations? The committee recommended that within 3 months upon adoption of this report, the ESCC should review the operations of the company with a view to establish whether there were any improprieties in the running of the company and acquisition of the government of Kenyan loan. The ESCC should, among other things, review the historical background of the company since inception to date, the shareholding status of the company, capital contribution per shareholder, the CR12, and the terms of management contract between agrochemical and the Meta Group, and submit a report to Parliament on its findings. I will go to the second issue that was common in this particular state department, state corporations, on the capital works in progress in the year 2016-2017. The committee observed that that capital work in progress for projects was 13,469,200 Kenya shillings were terminated after being deemed inviable. The second observation, Madam Speaker, is that a feasibility study on the construction of new molasses preparation station was deemed to have been carried out, but eventually upon completion, the cost of implementing the project was way above the budget, hence not viable. It was not clear how this translated to inefficiency in terms of cost-benefit analysis, if at all the feasibility study was genuine and the project was implemented within the timeline. And lastly, the observation here was that the committee observed the contract documents for the projects were not provided to the committee for the review. So what are our recommendations? Madam Speaker, the committee recommends the following: that within 3 months upon adoption of this report, the ESCC should review the procurement process for the projects and the feasibility study report with the view to establish whether there were any improprieties should any officers be found culpable. The Director of Public Prosecution to take the necessary legal action. The second issue is on tax matters. Madam Speaker, the committee observed that the matter was deliberated on 21st PIC report, where the National Treasury approved the waiver of withholding tax and exempted the company from payment of withholding tax on government-guaranteed loans in September 27, 2010. However, KRA has not granted the company letter vacating the demand of the tax. Secondly, Madam Speaker, the matter had been referred to the tribunal and the judgment for setting aside the withholding tax made in favor of the company. However, there were no documents to show that KRA had vacated the demand. So our recommendation of the committee in the respect to this matter is that within 3 months upon adoption of this report, the accounting officer in agrochemical and the food company, the PS National Treasury, and the Commissioner General Kenya Revenue Authority reviews and expedite on the matter of vacating the withholding tax with a view to settling it amicably. Madam Speaker, we'll also look at the second state corporations, which is the Kenya Animal Genetic Resource Center of the financial year 2011, ending 2012, 30th June. And I'll look at the property, plant, and equipment as one of the audit queries that came about. So the committee observed a number of issues, among them the Public Finance Management Regulation, National Government, Section 139, which requires accounting officers of national government to take full responsibility and ensure proper control systems are in place to safeguard the assets. Secondly, the international accounting standards, which require entities to disclose sufficient, relevant, and representationally faithful information about property, plant, and equipment to enable users of its financial statements to understand and evaluate the effect property, plant, and equipment has on the financial position, financial performance, and cash flows of the entity. Secondly, Madam Speaker, the accounting officer failed to include in the financial statements the value of parcel of land LR number 22375 and LR number 22387, of approximately 75 acres and 358 acres respectively due to lack of ownership documents. The last observation, Madam Speaker, among others, is that the center had developed the land with investments in buildings with a net value of 328,566 Kenya shillings, as well as other developments, though the land belongs to the former Ministry of Livestock Development. What was the committee observation to this query is that the committee observed, the committee recommendation to the above observation is that the committee recommends that the council reprimands, the committee reprimands the then accounting officer for failure to adhere to the relevant laws and the standards guiding on presentation of property, plant, and equipment, such as Public Finance Management, National Government Regulations 2015, and International Public Sector Accounting Standards. Subsequently, the accounting officer must always ensure the correct value of assets are disclosed in the financial statements. The other issue on this particular state corporation, Madam Speaker, is that we observed on the financial performance, and the committee observed, among other observations, is that the center had explored strategies to increase revenue generation or minimize operational costs in a sustainable manner. However, there was no evidence of implementation of these strategies to reverse the negative financial trend and sustain its operations in the long term. Second, Madam Speaker, committee observed that the center recorded a substantial loss of Kenya shillings 22,798,845 Kenya shillings for the year under review. A considerable decline in performance from the previous year's loss of 3,044,465 Kenya shillings, thus worsening their financial performance. The ongoing financial losses and the negative reserves could lead to liquidity challenges, inability to meet operational expenses, and a potential insolvency. What was the committee recommendation? The committee recommended the following: that the center should always ensure that receipts and expenditures are properly managed to control financial losses and the negative reserves that could lead to liquidity challenges, inability to meet operational expenses, and a potential insolvency is mitigated. I'll now go to the next issue in the financial year 2014-2015, which is now on receivables. Madam Speaker, the committee observed several issues on receivables. Among them, the staff interest amounting to 156,100 were not surrendered for over 3 months, with some as old as 18 months, contrary to Regulations 93, Cap 5 of the Public Finance Management Act, which provides that a holder of a temporary interest shall account or surrender the interest within 7 working days after returning to duty station. Secondly, the center failed to incorporate in its financial statements a provision for bad and doubtful debts. Excuse me. One of the committee's recommendations to this is that the accounting officer should always ensure adherence to regulations 93(5) of the PFM Act 2015. Secondly, the accounting officer should always provide for bad and doubtful debts in their financial statements. Madam Speaker, bad and doubtful debts is an accounting practice and procedure that most often are not followed. I will go to the financial year 2015 and 2016, and the committee observes the following on the receivables: that the center failed to incorporate in its financial statements a provision for bad debts, just like I mentioned above. So what is the committee recommendation to this? The committee recommends that the accounting officer should always provide for the bad and the doubtful debts as it is required by the financial acts guiding the accounting principles. There is also the issue on payables that was observed in the year 2016, 2017, and the committee observed the following in that particular financial year. One, that the trade and the payables amounting to 40,295,136 Kenya shillings had been outstanding for over a year. The accounting officer was in breach of Section 53(8) of the Public Procurement and Assets Disposal Act, Cap 412C, which prohibits the commencement of any procurement proceeding until certified that the sufficient funds to meet the obligation of the resulting contract are reflected in the approved budget estimates. Madam Speaker, what was the committee recommendation to this observation? The committee recommended that the committee reprimands the then accounting officer. In some paragraphs, you may use the word erstwhile to just indicate the former. It is one and the same thing. The then accounting officer for failing to adhere to Section 53(8) of the Public Procurement and Assets Disposal Act, Cap 412C. We also observed receivables from exchange transaction in the year 2017 and 2018, and these were our observation. Receivable balance amounting to Kenya shillings 8,175,186 Kenya shillings relates to debts that had been outstanding for over 120 days from Kagri agents. Secondly, receivables amounting to 11,205,625 Kenya shillings relates to agents who had exceeded their credit limits. Further receivables amounting to 15,434,519 Kenya shillings relates to agents without credit limits and or contracts. So what is the committee recommending? The committee recommends the following: that the then accounting officer be reprimanded for giving credit beyond the agreed credit limits and giving credit to agents with no credit limits and contracts. Secondly, the committee recommends that within 3 months upon adoption of this report, the accounting officer to furnish the committee with the current status of Kenya shillings 11,205,625 relating to credits issued beyond credit limits and 15,435,519 Kenya shillings relating to credits given to agents without credit limits and or contract. There was also issues that were observed in the biological assets. Madam Speaker, just for records and maybe for the sake of those who may not know, biological assets, this encompasses assets like trees, animals, generally livestock that have economic value but reproduce biologically. So some of these state corporations own such assets, and therefore they ought to be accounted for in the normal accounting procedure. So the committee observed that the trees valued at 1,058,000 were excluded from the statement of financial position as at 30th June 2018 under biological assets, contrary to the accounting laws of 27, which requires biological assets to be recognized at fair value. Sorry, the accuracy of the financial statements prepared by the center was doubtful, and the center's assets management controls, tracking, and reporting was weak. So what is the committee recommending? The committee recommends that within 3 months upon adoption of this report, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Livestock Development, in conjunction with the National Lands Commission, to fast-track the issue of Kagri land. The accounting officer of Kagri should value the biological assets and include the value in its financial statements. I will then go to our third state corporation, which is the Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, and observe a few issues that are specific to these state corporations. One is on land, property, plant, and equipment. And Madam Speaker, committee observed that the audit issue had been addressed in the 21st Public Investments Committee report, where it was recommended that the hospital should expedite the hearing and the conclusion of the court case and to ensure that its assets are registered in the hospital's name. The case is also still pending in court of appeal, and the issue had been forwarded to the National Land Commission for appropriate determination. Lastly, Madam Speaker, the ownership status of the land valued at 71,037,687 Kenyan shillings cannot be established till the court is concluded. Overall recommendation to this issue, Madam Speaker, is that the committee recommends that within 3 months upon the adoption of this report, the Inspector General for the Inspectorate of State Corporations, in collaboration with the Attorney General, should compile a report of all the public lands with ownership disputes in various courts and submit to the National Assembly to be used as a basis of initiating inquiries on ownership status of the public lands and repossession where applicable. There is the issue that was also observed in this organization on supply delivery and installation of patient monitors. The committee observed on this particular audit issue that the monitors were not procured through open tender. This is, of course, contrary to the requirements of Article 227 of the Constitution. This is, Madam Speaker, this is an article that gives guidelines. It is, in fact, an article that has generated the issue of the EGP, whereby the law requires competition and use of manual and both manual and electronic procurement process. And this particular law, in this case of acquiring monitors, which states that when a state organ or any other public entity contracts for goods or services, it shall do so in accordance with a system that is fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. This is in conjunction as well as with Section 91 of the Public Procurement and Assets Disposal Act 2015, Cap 412C, which requires open tendering shall be preferred procurement method for procurement of goods, works, and services. Madam Speaker, there is also the hospital did not provide a valid contract agreement signed between it and the suppliers for audit verification that was observed by the committee. Lastly, there was no justification to circumvent procurement law and the conditions prescribed for using procurement methods other than the preferred open tender were not fulfilled. It was not demonstrated why the hospital did not procedurally renew the contract. So what was our recommendation to this observation? The committee reprimands the then accounting officer for breach of Article 227 of the Constitution and the Section 91 of the Public Procurement and Assets Disposal Act. Madam Speaker, breach of the requisite accounting laws is a serious offense, and that's why the committee gave this particular recommendation so that to curb this particular accounting menace. We also look at the year 2016, 2017 on the encroachment of land, Madam Speaker, and the committee observed that the National Land Commission has not concluded on the legality of the occupation of the hospital land by Family Care Medical Center. It is therefore not clear how the Family Care Medical Center acquired the title deed for the land inside the boundary of the Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. What is the committee recommending? The committee recommends that within 3 months upon the adoption of this report, the National Land Commission to expedite the conclusion of the ownership of the disputed land and submit its report to the National Assembly. The second issue is that there was irregular procurement of 64 slice CTV scan machine, and the committee observed that the management issued the local purchase order with value of more than the contract sum by 30,986 US dollars, which led to an overpayment and loss of public funds. Secondly, the management did not include the procurement of the equipment in the procurement plan, and they used direct procurement method contrary to sections 91(1) and 3 and section 53(2) of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, respectively. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, is that the value report of a technical expert for the CT scan machine indicated a value of 100,286 US dollars, which is an equivalent of 10,300,000 Kenya shillings, while contract documents indicate a value of 85,000 USD, which is an equivalent of 8.730018 million Kenya shillings, resulting in the unexplained difference of 15,286 and 0.15 US dollars, which is an equivalent of 1,569,981.50 cents Kenya shillings. This contravenes the provision of section 164(3) of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015. What is the committee recommending? The committee recommends that within 3 months upon adoption of this report, EACC should investigate whether the provision of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015 with respect to trading of the old CT scan machine and the acquisition of the 64 slice CT scan machine were complied with, and whether there were improprieties in the process. If any officer is found culpable, he or she should be held personally liable for the loss. Director of Public Prosecution should also initiate a legal process to recover the amount so lost from the concerned officer at the prevailing Central Bank of Kenya rates. Madam Speaker, I will go to the last state corporation, which is the Public Benefit Organization Regulatory Authority. This is the current name, but formerly it was the NGO Coordination Board. We look at the financial years 1992, 1993, all the way to 2006, 2007. What are the issues that were prominent here? That there was unqualified, they were given unqualified report in the first instance. And if you look at the financial year 2000 and 2002, you'll find the committee have observed several issues. Among them, the board was issued with an unqualified report for the financial year 2000 and 2001. Unqualified report is one of those audit rating parameters of audit reports. And then the committee now recommends the accounting officer should continue upholding the sound financial management practices. The committee also looked at the financial year 2001, 2002, and observed irregular donations. The board irregularly incurred an expenditure of 129,000 in respect of donations for Harambes and the funeral expenses, contrary to Section 12 of the State Corporation Act, Cap 446. The committee recommends, therefore, the accounting officer should at all times comply with the requirements of Section 12 of the State Corporation Cap 446. There was also an observation in years 2003, 2004 on unqualified report, and the committee observes that the board was issued with unqualified report for the financial year. So we recommended that the accounting officer should continue upholding sound financial management practices. Madam Speaker, the year 2004, 2005, also the committee observed on the unqualified report, and the board was also issued with an unqualified report like in the previous year. The recommendation is the same. The accounting officer should, of course, at all times uphold sound financial management practices. We also looked at the financial year 2005, 2006. On the same was also observed and qualified report, and basically the committee also gave the same recommendation, the same observation. The accounting officer should continue upholding sound financial management practices. There was also audit issues in years 2006 and 2007 on the same unqualified report, and observation, Madam Speaker, was the same, that the accounting officer should continue upholding sound financial management practices. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, is that you look at these four state departments juxtaposed by the previous report that has been deliberated on by these members of this great parliament, that there are issues that are the same. On land issue, title deed, that all these public institutions have a problem on acquisition and ownership of title deeds that is running many years, since time immemorial, since inception of this institution. And Madam Speaker, this parliament in its wisdom saw that we should not have one public investments committee, and ensured that we have three public investments committee, one to look at the education and administration, the other one to look at energy and the commercial, and the other one to look at agriculture and the social services. This was in fulfilling of some of these reports that have been pending before this House for many years. Audit reports by law are supposed to come to this House, Madam Speaker, within 3 months of audited. The audit process, the audit cycle itself gives the Office of the Auditor General timeline between June and December, 6 months to do the audit, and give that audit report to Parliament, and the Parliament is supposed to process these audit reports and give a report within 3 months. Madam Speaker, if you look at that timeline, when the audit report is supposed to have come to this Parliament in December, when the Parliament is even on recess, and in January we are still in recess, basically you have only 1 month to have looked at these audit reports of almost 200 and 300 state corporations. It is practically impossible. And this is what has condemned some of these reports to be long overdue. They have not been looked for a long time. We are looking at audit reports of state corporations for years running from 1992, before even the Vice Chair was born, Madam Speaker, that we are...
I actually wanted to note that some of these statements are from before you were born.
Exactly.
Yourself.
Some of these reports have been here before I was born, Madam Speaker. Where will you even get the erstwhile accounting officers to come and respond to some of these audit queries? Then directors, my managing directors, there are no available documents to even peruse and come and decipher and to help the committee know the truth about the loss of public funds. So these issues that have cut across, Madam Speaker, from the land ownership, from the lack of documents, it stems from the fact that we've delayed these reports for far too long, and that's why one of the general recommendations by this committee, and I know my members will attest to this because this is a frustration by our committee, that we must fast track, we must look at the law, we must amend the law where necessary to allow efficiency in looking at audit reports by this parliament. Otherwise, we'll be hurried to bring reports within 1 month, or even if we do and bring these reports and have cut across the specific time period that is laid out in law and the standing orders, Madam Speaker, we've been taken to court before. People who are highly recommended to be taken action by the EACC, they take this parliament to court, basically because the report came out of the time period laid out. So these are some of the general lamentations of the committee, that this House needs to help the committee to amend the law where necessary, to help the committee under the leadership of Honorable Wangwe, the chairman, is one of the, I think we are rated highly in last year in terms of efficiency and effectiveness. So we are daring to go, we are jeering, we are ready, but we must be helped where necessary by the parliament to amend laws to help us bring the culprits to book, and also enable the EACC and the DCI to put actions to these culprits. And also, Madam Speaker, the Committee of Implementation will also be helped because there is too much work that goes there. So for us to keep on, put filing and piling work at the Committee of Implementation, something needs to be done so that they are also helped in a way that their work is efficient. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks and without much ado, I'll request Honorable, my chairman, Honorable Wangwe, to second, if you don't mind.
Honorable Wangwe, I'm not sure of the few words, but you have the floor to second.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to have those long words.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to second this report and make a very, very light comment on the Vice Chair who has ably moved this report while I was listening. Honorable Speaker, allow me to congratulate the Vice Chair for having graduated a few days ago with his Master's in International Relations and top class from one of the very greatest universities in this country. It's important that, Honorable Speaker, you always have someone who can take over the mantle when time comes. And you test him, and you can see what he has done. It's commendable. He has delivered the...
Are you saying that Honorable Caleb has only done this because he recently graduated?
I've congratulated him, Honorable Speaker, and allow me to extend it as the chair of the committee and as a friend. That, Honorable Speaker, to graduate with a master's is not easy, which I did quite some time back, and I've always been encouraging him that it's important to be acquainted. It's not just an issue of being a politician, but, Honorable Speaker, being a scholar in a politician, which I do congratulate him and accord him the necessary salute, Honorable Speaker. Back on this report, Honorable Speaker, I just have a few issues that I want to reiterate. Especially, Honorable Speaker, there is an issue that came up in the administration of one corporation, agrochemical and food company. Honorable Speaker, this is a company whose management is between the government of Kenya and the Meta Group of companies, Honorable Speaker. The Meta Group has appointed the CEO, and, Honorable Speaker, the company is, you cannot really put it as a cooperation between Kenya government and the Meta Group. How you cannot put it, Honorable Speaker, is because whereas they borrowed, the corporation borrowed money from the Kenya government, the money has been paid back by the National Treasury. But in the books, Honorable Speaker, the money is still showing a huge debit in the books. So what does it mean, Honorable Speaker? What it means, when you are doing your trading account, Honorable Speaker, each month in, month out, the company is making profits. But the company is unable, Honorable Speaker, to declare dividend to the national government because, Honorable Speaker, when they load onto the management accounts, into the final accounts and make the balance sheet with the loan, it wipes out all the profit. So, Honorable Speaker, year in, year out, Kenyans are losing money in form of dividends to the exchequer just because there is a loan which was extended to this company that has not been cleared in the books. I want to call upon John Mbadi, FCPA now, that Honorable John Mbadi come into the presence of this corporation, clean the books, so that, Honorable Speaker, this money cannot be wasted. You find the expert in the name of the CEO is earning a lot of money and taking money back to Uganda. But, Honorable Speaker, the Kenyans who are supposed to be paid dividends in form of dividends to exchequer is not coming forth, Honorable Speaker. It defeats logic of investing in such a corporation. Yet, Honorable John Mbadi, you are such a special person, academically gifted, and you can come into the aid of this corporation. Honorable Speaker, I want to comment on the issue of Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, where one of the properties, Honorable Speaker, is encroached by Uasin Gishu Hospital. And, Honorable Speaker, the tussle has been on for 6 years. But nobody seems to be concerned that there is an issue. The land belonging to Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital must revert back to the hospital. And if there is any kind of encroachment, Honorable Speaker, it must be formalized. The relationship between Moi Teaching Referral Hospital, Honorable Speaker, and NHIF is playing in this report, Honorable Speaker, where NHIF extended the credit to Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital in form of assets. But what happens? When you look at the books of NHIF, Honorable Speaker, and look at the books of Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, Honorable Speaker, the same transaction, different positions. What does it mean, Honorable Speaker? One entity is not speaking to the other. Therefore, it calls upon, Honorable Speaker, the relevant ministries to make sure they align what is happening when it comes to extending the credit. Yes, NHIF played its role and said it's allowed to give credit through the ministry to Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. But when it comes to bookings, in the books of Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, Honorable Speaker, the figures are not the same. I feel, Honorable Speaker, those are issues which we need to highlight, bring them to this House, so that this House, Honorable Speaker, can seize it off. Honorable Speaker, finally, as I beg to almost conclude, is the issue of biological assets. What is the implication, Honorable Speaker, of not booking assets into the financial statements? It means, Honorable Speaker, you are overstating your books. You are cheating the people that your books are healthy. Yet, Honorable Speaker, what you are showing is not the true and fair position of your financial status, Honorable Speaker. KAGRIC, Kenya Agricultural Animal Genetics Resource Center, Honorable Speaker, did not consider biological assets, yet, Honorable Speaker, they had all the ability to value and determine what is it that is in their form of biological assets. What happens, Honorable Speaker, many a times, the CEOs and the chairs of the boards end up harvesting those trees, Honorable Speaker. Then you cannot show what happened with the proceeds of those trees, because from the word go, they were not booked into the books of the accounts of that corporation. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, with those highlights, we wish to request that let observation in terms of, let all corporations insist and have their books of accounts declared properly. Finally, Honorable Speaker, there is an issue on tax matters, especially, Honorable Speaker, where KRA has already been cleared to waive off taxes from a certain corporation. But for a reason or so, Honorable Speaker, it is adamant. This report, Honorable Speaker, refers to the 21st report of PIC last Parliament, Honorable Speaker, where the National Treasury approved the waiver of withholding tax and exempted the company, which is agrochemical, Honorable Speaker, from paying withholding taxes on government-guaranteed loans. Honorable Speaker, they have not effected. What is the problem? Why is it that KRA cannot listen to the National Treasury? Why is it that National Treasury, upon issuance of such a document, KRA cannot own it up, cannot honor and waive the necessary tax, as long as, Honorable Speaker, the main government basket is held by the National Treasury, not Kenya Revenue Authority. Therefore, I feel, Honorable Speaker, this is defiance by public officers, and they should be called to order that if National Treasury has made a request, let that request be respected. And for that matter, Honorable Speaker, it keeps on that the declaration, the financial position of this state corporation appears in zigzag. It is not a true and fair position as stated by the Auditor General. And I want to agree with the Auditor General's position, Honorable Speaker, that this matter should be resolved. And this House, Honorable Speaker, upon approving this recommendation and the Committee on Implementation following it up, it should now take it upon that National Treasury and KRA must conclusively conclude this matter so that our corporations are free from any undue tax obligations. Otherwise, I appreciate, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker. And with me, I have so many of my members, some who might not have the card but want to shed more light. I wish to invite them to contribute. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to second.
Very well. Honorable members, I therefore propose that this House adopts the 6th report of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture on its examination of financial statements for the following corporations laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 5th August 2025. Number 1, Agrochemical and Food Company Limited, Resources Center for financial years 2011-2012 to 2017-2018. Number 3, Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital for financial year 2015-2016 to 2016-2017. And finally, the Public Benefit Organization Regulatory Authority, formerly NGO Coordination Board, for financial year 1992-1993 to 2006-2007. Member for Turkana East, Honorable Nicholas Gikolong.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance to contribute to this report from my committee of BIC. Madam Speaker, I just want to start by saying congrats to my colleague, my vice chair, for what he has achieved in his life, career. Madam Speaker, much has been said about this report. And as you look on the entire report from all the processal bodies, which you are forwarded by the Auditor General to our committee, Madam Speaker, you can see there is a need for this House to have some laws to guide the implementation of the activities of this organization when it comes to the matters of money, on the issue of utilities they have, and all the issues affecting these parasocial bodies. Madam Speaker, there are some things which are, according to the report from the witness, which came before our committee on the running of this organization, parasocials. Madam Speaker, you find that there are so many delays in giving of the document needed by the Auditor General on matters of finances of this organization. And therefore, there is a need to have laws which can go a long way with this organization in the running of the entire work of these parasocials. Madam Speaker, as you can see, there were issues which were raised by the witnesses when they came before the committee. Some of those witnesses give some evidence which it was not even supposed to be mentioned there. It is just a lack of some of these guys having information which it's supposed to be used in giving services to the common wananchi when they are dealing with them. When we were trying to to take the witness through these reports, you find that some of these officers, they were not even having the basic of on the way the parasol they are supposed to run. So there is need for these reports, according to the recommendation of our committee, to this house to adopt it, so that we can use the recommendation to strengthen the running of these parasols, for them to continue giving services to the people in the right way. Madam Speaker, when you look on some of our recommendations, some of them, they are edging back to, as my vice chair said, sometimes back. Some of the things they were, some of the crimes they were committed just because there were no laws to govern the entire process of finances. And that's why our committee, they have given so many recommendations on the issue of finances, how it can be run, how the supplies can be delivered, installation of some properties. When it comes to infrastructure, when it comes to land, when it comes to so many things, as the report, as you can see from the report from the committee. Madam Speaker, just to end my contribution, Madam Speaker, you can see if we can look on the issue of how the reports, the information it was received from the witnesses. The witnesses, some of them, they were giving the reports which lack guidelines. And that's why we have recommended that it is good for this house to adopt these reports so that the recommendation can assist our parasol to run all of our parasol in the country so that they can deliver good services to the people of Kenya. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support the report.
Very well. Member for Mandera, Honorable Umulher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And as a member of this committee, I do not take this lightly. Honorable Speaker, I want to speak about things that are cross-cutting on the report, like unavailability of documents to the Auditor General. And it looks like these accounting officers are actually notorious when it comes to this, because when they appear before us, these are issues that they cannot even explain. And we need action to be taken against this. Madam Speaker, the other one is on agrochemical and food company, as the chair has said. This is a convoluted system of management where the CEO was seconded from Meta Group of companies in Uganda. And we don't know what he's doing here because the company is loss-making. And that is actually a burden to the shareholders and the taxpayers. The other issue is on land. Surprisingly, even the report that was here before, I think 2-3 months ago, it was just issues to do with land. We have institutions that have developed the land and they have no title deeds. Either they are in court tussling with other institutions, like Wasingishu Hospital and Boy Referral and Teaching Hospital. We need the CS and the PS for lands to appear before this house and explain the status of public institutions' land and what they're doing about it. Because I think there are things that we do not understand here. Either we have people working with land grabbers or people who are interested in this. These are things that we need to really, really take seriously.
We have College of Insurance in South Sea, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, the land has been grabbed and private developers are developing it. Where we thought government institutions are protected by the people who have been tasked to do that. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity.
Member for Busia. Are you on this, Honorable Omanyo?
I'm waiting for special funds.
The next one, eh?
Yeah.
Honorable Mary Emase, where is your card? Why are you lifting your hands? Give Honorable Emase the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Unfortunately, today I seem to have misplaced my card, but I wanted to contribute to this motion. I have the mic. Honorable Speaker, I just want to add my voice in support of the recommendations by the Committee on Implementation. And I want to touch on a few areas. One of them, Honorable Speaker, is on land. This issue of land is cross-cutting and it's affecting so many parastatals and government institutions. You find most of the organizations do not have ownership documents for the land. And I'm really surprised that KBC has 32 parcels with no title deeds. And this, like I said, cuts across, is mirrored in so many other institutions. And what I like about the recommendation is that the committee is proposing that the Minister for Lands to put a caveat on all those parcels of land that do not have title deeds. Because the lack of title deeds or ownership documents has been the appetite for land grabbing. This has encouraged land grabbing for this government land because there's no title deed. And also, I like the recommendation that all government land the titles be done in the name of National Treasury to hold the trust for these lands for government. And also on imprest, we look at so many other audit reports for many of these government institutions, even MDS. You'll find that there is a lot of, many officers are given imprest and there are no surrenders within the stipulated period as backup 412 of the PFM, 412A of the PFM, that demands that you should surrender imprest within the 7 days from the day it has been issued. And what is surprising is that you will find an officer has been given imprest repeatedly, yet this officer has not surrendered the previous imprest. And therefore the recommendation by the committee that if such cases persist or continue to happen, then the accounting officer be surcharged. That is commendable coming from the committee. And Honorable Speaker, also on the issue of land or litigation on land, cases are taking too long. And therefore, I think the committee should even have recommended that the Cabinet Secretary for Lands to liaise with the Chief Justice so that these cases can be fast-tracked and be concluded to allow for registration for this institution to be able to acquire ownership of these lands. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Catherine Omanyo, you want to contribute to this?
Okay, these controversial land issues should be concluded very fast. I was waiting to contribute on special funds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Honorable Caleb Luyai wants to contribute to this. Is that Honorable Beatrice? Beatrice the mover. Honorable Beatrice, you want to contribute to this?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Proceed. You are the last contribution because after you there is no interest, shown to debate this matter further. The mover should be ready to reply. Proceed.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. And first, I want to appreciate the committee's report on the adoption of the Auditor General's report on the financial statements of these state corporations. Honorable Speaker, I want to specifically talk about the issues of land. That I can say is so emotive. Land in this country means a lot. And especially in the Rift Valley where I come from. So when looking at issues of land here, looking at the Moi teaching and referral, I realize that the cases of title deed has not been sorted. And especially, Honorable Speaker, that court cases take very long. I want to really appreciate the committee's report, but at the same time, ask that the title deed or the cases about the title deeds that are pending in court should be done very fast. It should be concluded so fast so that the concerned corporations will be in a position to use the land as it is required. We have the National Land Commission. Honorable Speaker, as much as we appreciate what they do, I'm not happy with the fact that they take, maybe the cases in court take very long. And when these cases take long time, even the people concerned have issues with it, and land cannot be used effectively. So I would appreciate that the cases be concluded as fast as possible. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, I'm also looking at, in most of these corporations, where when money is taken, then before documentation is returned, another amount is given out. Honorable Speaker, I don't understand why such a thing should be done. This interest, when it is delayed or not accounted for, it becomes an issue. And some of them even can lose the receipts. I've seen of cases where staff in many of the companies are deducted from because they lost the receipts or they didn't actually give out the interest. So I would actually ask that it should be surrendered within the stipulated time, which is 7 days. There is that laxity with the concerned people. If maybe the officers forget or they take long to surrender, the concerned officers or the concerned, maybe the accounting officers should make sure that maybe their employees give out or surrender the interest. This is one of the areas that affect many officers, because I would imagine, Honorable Speaker, somebody earning very little and then the interest, or they didn't return the interest, or they didn't actually surrender. Within no time, a lot of money is deducted from them. It brings issues to the family, and especially if this is a man, Honorable Speaker. The wife is waiting for that money at home, the children are waiting, and then sometimes they don't understand. They may imagine that maybe this guy has given out or has used this money in other areas, yet it has been deducted. And some are, as I've said, Honorable Speaker, they will continue to borrow from other areas to pay for the interest, and it becomes a social issue. So, Honorable Speaker, much should be done in line with this. Otherwise, I want to appreciate this committee and wish that these recommendations, wherever it is supposed to be implemented, the recommendations now, when it is to be implemented, it should be implemented to the latter. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Caleb Luyai will now reply.
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, first of all, I want to really appreciate the members who have contributed to this motion, led by my chairman here, Honorable Wangwe, for contributing and seconding, and also Honorable Mary Master, Honorable Manyo, Honorable Kasim, Honorable Nicholas, and the many others who have really augmented the voice of the committee on these 4 state corporations. Honorable Speaker, just in summing up all that they have said, this issue of land is so pronounced in most audit reports from the public institutions, which, Honorable Speaker, I think this should be the last time we are just talking about land-related audit issues. When we have National Land Commission, we have the Ministry of Lands that should work in collaboration with public institutions, that if public institutions are crying on ownership of land, what about the normal citizen? This is an issue that needs to be solved by the National Lands Commission once and for all. We should rub off this issue from our audit reports, because then it beats logic why we have public institutions and other public institutions are also. Honorable Speaker, the issue of failure to adhere to the standard accounting procedures is common, and we wonder whether we have competent accounting officers, or it's just mere reluctance or an avenue to evade procedures and therefore use avenues to commit financial crimes. This is very pronounced in our audit reports, Honorable Speaker. And the last also, Speaker, that something that is also very common is provision, whether intended or otherwise, provision on doubtful debt. It looks like it's also an avenue where public officers mandated in this area, they use this accounting area as a way of siphoning money in pretense that either we have not provided for it or they provide for the doubtful debts and the bad debts irregularly. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks and having gratefully thanked the members who contributed to this motion greatly, I beg to reply and Speaker, I'm seeking your attention. Speaker, I beg to reply and request that pursuant to Standing Order 53, Cap 3, that you defer the putting of question.
Of the question to motion under order number 12 is deferred to the future.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
We revert to order number 11. Please call order number 11.
Order number 11, motion, consideration of the report on the examination of financial statements for the Water Sector Trust Fund.
Is the mover now ready? The Honorable Fatuma, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the following audited financial statements for Water Sector Trust Fund for the financial year 2018, 2019, 2022, 2023. Honorable Speaker, the committee received oral and written submission from Mr. Willis Ombai, the Chief Executive Officer, Water Sector Trust Fund, regarding the audited financial statement for the financial year 2018-2019 to 2022-2023. The submission formed the basis of the committee observation findings and recommendations. These are also contained in the minutes and answered reports of the committee proceedings. Honorable Speaker, in preparing and developing this report, the committee relied on the constitutional and legal provision on the public finance management and other enabling legislations as the basis for inviting the accounting officer of the Water Trust Fund to respond to issues raised by the Auditor General, as well as the additional information submitted on the administration and performance of the fund, to come up with general recommendation geared towards effective management and operations of fund as well as improved accountability and financial reporting. Honorable Speaker, during the examination of the audited reports, the committee made the following general observation, amongst others, which apply across the 5 financial years. The fund's RN register application did not have a password configuration in place that would allow administrators to implement a secure password policy as required by the organization's IT standards. The committee recommended that the accounting officer ensures that the RN register application has a password configuration in place to allow administrators to implement password policy in line with the organization IT policy. The fund incurred expenditure for the installation of a system to support operations of water service providers, but this was done without evidence of approval for reallocating resources as required under the grant framework. The committee recommended that the management should provide a report to the Auditor General on the regularization of the expenditure and ensure strict compliance with financial management standards and applicable regulations. Consequently, the committee generally recommended to the accounting officer that the accounting officer should ensure that all applicable accounting and financial control system standards, laws, and procedures are followed in the preparation of the financial statement compliance with the Public Finance Management Act 2012.
Order, Honorable Fatuma, mover of this particular motion. I'm sorry. I know you moved, but I'm being informed that you've not moved in the format required. So kindly move, then just continue the debate for the avoidance of doubt. I beg to move that the House adopts.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I repeat it. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move to this House to adopt the following audited financial statements for Water Sector Trust Fund for the financial year 2018-2019 to 2022-2023.
Order, Honorable Fatuma. Just read the motion as is. I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the... I know you want to recost it in our style as linguists from the lakeside, but in our procedure, just bear with those traditions and read as is. I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Special Fund Accounts Committee on its consideration of. Then you continue to debate.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg that this House adopts the report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the audited accounts for Water Sector Trust Fund.
Honorable Fatuma, I didn't hear move.
Okay, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the...
Honorable Fatuma is a linguist and he wants to avoid going by our format.
Honorable Speaker, I've begged
because
severally.
in substance, you are right.
Honorable Speaker, I have honestly, this is my 4th time I'm begging again.
I know.
Honorable Speaker, I beg that this House adopts the report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee.
Honorable Fatuma.
Honorable Speaker, I beg. Sorry. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House adopts the report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the audited accounts for the Water Trust Fund for the financial year 2018-2019 to 2022-2023 laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 29th July 2025. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Did you take my notes? Sorry. Honorable Speaker, can I move to where I was or I have to start afresh? Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the fund incurred expenditure for the installation of a system to support operations of water service providers, but this was done without evidence of approval for relocating resources as required under the grant framework. The committee recommended that management should provide a report to the Auditor General on the regularization of the expenditure and ensure strict compliance with financial management standards and applicable regulations. Consequently, the committee generally recommended that the accounting officer should ensure that all applicable accounting and financial control system standards laws and procedures are followed in the preparation of the financial statement in the compliance with Public Finance Management Act 2012 in accordance with the standard prescribed by the Public Sector Accounting Standard Board as per the regulation.
The Honorable TJ Kajuang, what is out of order?
Mr. Speaker, the member for Migori is armed with very good notes. Yes. And I wish, and I see they are very relevant to the proceedings. But I think we are learning. And the House looks very cool today to learn. So those very good notes, is she able to turn them into an address without necessarily reading every word? So that next time we have a packed house, she's up to it and she's debating rather than reading. Thank you.
Honorable Kajuang, I have not seen the Honorable Member for Migori read anything. And so long as the Speaker has not seen that, the Honorable Member for Migori will proceed in the manner she deems fit to communicate to the House the motion she's moving. Honorable Fatuma, proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I thank Honorable TJ Kajuang, but Honorable TJ Kajuang, I did public relations, and it is said a bright student should have 70% off the head and 30% written. And in Swahili it said, usitumie mate wakati uko na wino. I'm doing exactly that. Despite the challenges observed, the committee acknowledged the following measures that were undertaken by the fund to strengthen the governance and compliance and accountability. The fund has implemented a robust risk management policy and framework which enhances risk management in the project implementation cycle. The project with identified issues are flagged on regular basis and appropriate mitigation measures are undertaken promptly. Number 2, regular governance assessment of various water services providers and other implementing partners are undertaken. Areas of improvement are identified and agreed upon implementation, leading to better compliance and accountability in project execution. Number 3, while some outstanding disbursements were occasioned by delays in remitting budgeted funds by both development partners and Government of Kenya, the matter has since been adequately addressed and ensuring smoother budget execution going forward. Number 4, the fund has developed a project implementation manual which provides a clear roadmap from the procurement stage to project closure. It sets out critical obligation and responsibility of different project stakeholders as part of financial contract management. And number 5, adequate resources have been allocated to strengthen monitoring and evaluation of funded projects. This has enhanced accountability, improved tracking of deliverables, and facilitated evidence and based decision making. Honorable Speaker, as I finish, Water Fund is a very important fund to this country. And most of their funding are gotten from donors. And to this point, I think the CEO has done a great job because there are no serious issues that are being raised by the Auditor General. Have there been serious indications of mismanagement of funds? I am very sure that our stakeholders and those who do support the Water Fund would have queries that would make the fund not move forward. And to this point, I really congratulate the executive officer for a job well done, for showing confidence, because as long as the monies that come outside our budget are managed well, the investors and the donors have a good report on us, and this is good as a country. So I congratulate the CEO, and I request other CEOs to also follow suit and manage monies that are donated to the Kenyan citizens and use it to the letter so that at least more donors would be attracted to help our country. On that regard, Honorable Speaker, it is for this reason that on behalf of Special Funds Accounts Committee, I am proud to move this motion on the consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the Water Sector Trust Fund. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and now request Honorable Catherine Omanyo, Woman Rep for County of Busia, my sister and a member, active member of the committee, to second this motion. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Catherine Omanyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am a member of Special Funds Committee, and we were very mesmerized by the way they analyzed how they have tried networking, getting partners, donors from abroad, because this is a fund that does not depend on the exchequer at all. And the CEO has refined social skills. So the few donors that they have managed to get, they have chosen underserved counties to improve on water and sanitation, the management sectors of this water fund. I was so impressed because the little money they had, we couldn't even trace if the Trump effect has gotten to their nerve. So the resource mobilization section in the water fund office, I think the officers involved are also good at their job. And every coin, every dime that donors have given, they have exercised that they have used well. I want to also continue supporting this kind of fund, because what we get from other sectors, the exchequer is never enough. And I know our president has been going abroad. We would love to get more donors, and many sectors that lack funding not to be left behind in development in Kenya, because we know there are places that are very dry and there are places that are also very wet. With this kind of funding, we can get those areas that need more attention, get done well. Like now floods, we can get irrigation happening there, and in the drought, we can preserve water or harvest water to just make sure that no Kenyan in our land suffers. What others get, they should also get. So I second and would want every other Kenyan to support such a fund in our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the audited accounts for the Water Sector Trust Fund for the financial years 2018-2019 to 2022-2023, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 29th July 2025. The Honorable Tom Joseph Francis Kajwang, MP Ruaraka, you want to contribute to this?
I think my console was on my point of order, but I cannot miss something to say in support of this motion. I want to first congratulate the mover and her committee for doing what this House is meant for. This House works in committee to oversight the agencies, and that oversight role perhaps is the most important, as I see it, to keep the executive in check in terms of being watchdogs. I have listened to the mover move her motion, and seconded by a very senior member of that committee. I have no reason to believe that they have looked at the books of these agencies, and that this agency has been able to convince this team of people that the funds have been used prudently and Kenyans have had good value for their money. And I think the special committee, the special funds committee, is ceased of its functions because were it to be on the contrary, many of these agencies would just pass us by without coming to this house and telling Kenyans what they've done with the money. I am proud when a committee such as this lays a report before us and discusses it with the country as National Assembly assembled, that then members of the country are able to see what significant proposals there is. But I also would want them to look at, although this could not be in their basic mandate, but there is water equity. There is water equity. Other than the fact of use of funds, and I think the chair of the committee, please give me some attention. The member for Busia is very happy this afternoon. But even though you are looking at the finances, the coins and the shillings, I would wish that you look at other principles that apply to water, including water equity. There are some parts of this country that goes without water at all, and there is no disbursements at all, whether by the donor community or GOK through the consolidated fund. I would have wished to see what you thought about the national outlook of how these funds have been disbursed across the nation to support water equity. I know in Migori, where this member comes from, it's very interesting that it abuts the shore, the water shore. But just near the water shore is almost a desert. Just the intervening, the buffer, intervening the water itself is almost a desert. Ohinga Thimlich is one of the driest places you can find, and it is meters from the lake itself. You know, Thimlich is, you will ask, remember, from Migori.
For the avoidance of doubt, that is not speaking in another language. Thimlich is a noun. It's used as a noun.
Thimlich is the driest part I could think of right now. So one would think of how this water is supplied, and so that the whole nation works together in terms of water equity. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
The Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to appreciate the mover of this audit report on the Water Sector Trust Fund, and thank also the seconder, none other than famously known as Kipepeo in another world of politics. But for the purpose of this, the great member of Busia. Honorable Speaker, the mover did indicate two things which are very fundamental in business establishment. The issue to do with management, and Honorable Speaker, there is a scholar who said this, that numbers don't lie. Once numbers have spoken, they don't indicate any mishap. It's upon you, the reader, to lie, not the numbers. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, by virtue of the mover indicating to us that this organization has established itself well, she has put us to think in this manner, that planning, Honorable Speaker, is the only way. If you fail to plan, Honorable Speaker, you've identified yourself with planning to fail. And when she has said, of three things I have taken note, Honorable Speaker, the issue that the institution is compliant with risk management is a good indicator of a good planner. An organization, Honorable Speaker, that is ready to receive donors' money, implement donors' money, and give a report on what they borrowed that money or why they received the money in form of a donation, and they are able to relay both in framework in terms of numbers or in terms of written language. Honorable Speaker, the mover also indicated to us that the institution is clean and clear of project implementation manual. Honorable Speaker, when you look at, from my audit side, Honorable Speaker, the review we have seen, we've always insisted to agencies to give us the project implementation manual. Honorable Speaker, it never comes. A building that was established in the year 2008, Honorable Speaker, is still drawing resources from the exchequer. That is a very good example of poor planning. They have planned to fail by not planning to succeed, Honorable Speaker. But Water Sector Trust Fund, having an implementation manual of their programs is a good thing. We want to urge the CEO to keep it up and make sure each project, Honorable Speaker, has an implementation manual so that each program, Honorable Speaker, has its own flexibility and complexity. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, it will go without saying that the way to go is to have our PIM so that it keeps the project on check. Whoever comes after you will always say, you moved from A to B to C. A vector can never bend. It will always be on a set line so that it keeps the project on its implementation matrix positive. Finally, Honorable Speaker, it is important to ascertain yourself. Are you doing the right thing? Are you moving the right trajectory? Are you implementing all the matrix within your reach properly? And Honorable Speaker, the mover has said that this institution is compliant with monitoring and evaluation tools. Once the tools of M&E are in place, Honorable Speaker, no organization will get it wrong. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, there came a time for those of us who are young those days. President Moi would make this statement that donors would always ask you that money for donation is not a problem, Honorable Speaker, but why donate money for thieves to dance on your shoes? He could always remind us that do not allow donors to put that question always to us, because when we get the money, no money should be stolen. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for having gone through this Water Sector Trust Fund, but also realized there is one issue, the negative that they picked on reallocation of funds. Honorable Speaker, let you reallocate funds within the budgets. Funds that is meant for development cannot be reallocated for recurrent expenditure, Honorable Speaker. The PFM regulations and the PFM Act do not allow reallocation of resources on will as possible. Instead, Honorable Speaker, it envisages a program where you can go back to the funder or you can go back to the authority, that means the board of Water Sector Trust Fund, and seek that we rebudget for the resources in the supplementary. Rather than, Honorable Speaker, reallocation, which, Honorable Speaker, is an issue. Nothing goes wrong when the left is undershot by the right. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to suggest we support the report and we beg to support the report as stated by the chair of the committee. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe. Honorable Zamzam Chimba, MP, Mombasa County.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi kwanza niweze kupongeza kamati andalizi ambao wametuletea ripoti hii katika bunge hili, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, niweze pia kumpongeza CEO ambaye ameweza kuangalia mradi huu mpaka sasa wakati ambapo umetolewa, na ameweza kutoa hesabu zake kuwa pesa alizozipata alitumia vizuri. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimpongeze sana bwana CEO ambaye alishughulika na masuala haya. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, niweze kusema maji ndio uhai katika maisha yetu, na bila maji hatuwezi kupata pia ukulima, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na hii fund ilikusudiwa kuenda sehemu ambazo ni sehemu kavu, ni sehemu ambazo ni sehemu za ukame. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka kusema kuna wale ambao tumeenda kwa mfano kule Marsabit, tumetembea Tana River. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukipita barabarani unapata watu wanakusimamisha gari wamebeba chupa wanakuomba maji ya kunywa. Inasikitisha sana Mheshimiwa Spika kuweza kupoteza hii fund. Na ndio maana mimi nataka kusema tusiwe watu wa kutegemea mataifa ya nje kutusaidia, Mheshimiwa Spika. Ikiwa sisi tunaweza tukaangalia katika taifa letu tukaangalia. Ndio maana mimi nataka niseme Wakenya lazima waelewe kuwa hata wakati rais anafinya mahali kuhakikisha kuwa mapeni inatoka ili iende kwa mradi.
Order, Honorable Zamzam. The Honorable Wangui kindly approach the speaker. Just proceed.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Mimi nimetaka kusema hata kama tunaona tunafinyika mahali, lakini ni vizuri Mheshimiwa Kajwang tuweze kujitegemea kama taifa. Tusiwe watu wa kuenda tunaomba. Sasa mtu akishachukua kitu chake tunabakia tumekwama. Mheshimiwa Spika, tusiweze kugeuza rais wetu awe ni mtu wa kwenda kupiga magoti kwa mataifa mengine kutafuta alete Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, kama Kenya tunaweza tukajipanga sisi wenyewe tukapata maji safi, ikawa haya maji yanaingia sehemu zote. Na ndio maana mimi naomba katika mgao ambao unakuja katika sekta ya maji, Exchequer pia atoe mgao ingie hapa ili uweze kufikisha maji sehemu ambazo ni kame. Mheshimiwa Spika, maji yakipatikana sehemu tata kama vile Turkana, Marsabit, kule Garissa, sehemu ambazo ni kavu, hili taifa litapata rutuba katika udongo. Mheshimiwa Spika, tutaweza kupanda mazao mengi na tutaweza kupigana na baa la njaa. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni leo tu sasa hivi nikikaa hapa Mheshimiwa Spika, wajua sehemu kama Ganze maji ni shida sana, na unaona wanyama wanatoka mwituni kama ndovu anakuja kutafuta maji sehemu ambayo ni sehemu ya binadamu. Sasa hivi tunavyozungumza kuna mzee Ganze, yeye anaenda pia kuangalia namna ya maji, na ndovu pia ametoka kutafuta maji, amekuwa attacked na ile ndovu, ameuliwa kiunyama. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile tunavyozungumza sasa. Na ndio maana mimi nataka niseme maji ni uhai. Mnyama anatafuta maji, binadamu anatafuta maji, na tukikutana ndio maana unaona mambo yanaharibika. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hiyo mimi naomba hii fund ambayo ilikuwa katika hii sehemu ambayo walikuwa wamepewa na imetolewa, mimi naomba itafutiwe namna katika budget waweze kupewa pesa, waweze kuendeleza mradi ambao walikuwa wanafanya. Na awali ya yote wahakikishe kuwa, manake kuna sehemu zingine Mheshimiwa Spika kuna maji, kuna wingi wa maji, lakini utapata tena wanaoshughulika na maji kama watu wa water tena kule ndo wanazidi kupeleka. Mheshimiwa Spika, wanasahau sehemu ambazo zimekauka sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hiyo mimi ningewapa advice, tunasukuma hapa katika bunge hili waweze kupewe pesa, lakini nao wekelee manani sehemu ambazo ni kavu, wekelee manani sehemu ambazo Wakenya wanahangaika sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, ili waweze kufikiwa na maji. Na pia ikiwezekana Mheshimiwa Spika, serikali pia iwekeze kwenye kuweza kuzalisha maji, ama yale mvua ikinyesha wenyewe mwaita water harvesting kwa kimombo. Mheshimiwa Spika, waweze kuweza kuchukua yale maji na kuweza kuhakikisha kuwa yanaingia sehemu ambayo yana ukame. Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini la sivyo itakuwa sisi kila siku tuamtuma rais nenda ukaombe, anaomba huku, tutamwacha atakuwa bega. Mheshimiwa Spika, atakuwa anaitwa majina mengi. Sisi tunaweza tukajimudu kwa budget ambayo tuko nayo, tukahakikisha sehemu ya budget, kwa sababu maji ndio inaleta uzao wa vitu vingine vote. Mheshimiwa Spika, inaleta agriculture, tutazalisha vyakula, tutazalisha wanyama kwa sababu ya maji. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hiyo mambo muhimu kama maji lazima tuangalie. Exchequer aweze kuweka pesa katika hii fund, hakikishe kuwa pesa zimeingia sawa sawa na Kenya inapata maji bila sisi kumshutumu ama kumshurutisha rais kwenda kuombaomba kule nje. Mheshimiwa Spika, rais pia anachoka, tunaona madeni ni mengi sana, na tukisema atoke akienda kuombaomba Mheshimiwa Spika itakuwa tunachekwa kama taifa. Mimi nimpongeze rais kwa zile steps ambazo ameweza kuzichukua hivi karibuni kuhakikisha kuwa anatafuta mapeni hapa nyumbani. Kwa mfano kama unaona Mheshimiwa Spika, mambo ya NSSF toka independence. Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi tulikuwa tumewekeza bilioni 300 peke yake, lakini alivyokuja akaona zile 200 toka wakati wa independence akasema hapana, lazima tuongeze kidogo, mtaji uongezeke, na alitumia akili yake kisawasawa. Leo tunahesabu karibu bilioni 700, na pengine tukimaliza hatamu yake hii ya muhula wa kwanza tutakuwa tumefikisha trilioni. Mheshimiwa Spika, na tunaweza tukajikopa tukaingiza kwa miradi kama hii ya maji na vitu vingine. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hiyo mimi nataka kupongeza kamati hii, nimpongeze dadangu kipenzi kutoka kule Migori, Fatuma Full Network, umefanya beautiful presentation, na mimi niseme kamati yako ni kamati ambayo imeangalia mbele na inathamini sana maisha ya Wakenya. Kwa hiyo napongeza sana na naomba kumsupport. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
There being no more interest in the matter, the mover will be reply. Oh, sorry, there is a single interest, the Honorable Mary Emasi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Today I have the misfortune of not having my card with me, but thank you for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I am a member of this committee, and I think it is important that I support my chair. Honorable Speaker, I have just one observation on our resolutions. First, on the issue of password configuration that was lacking. Yet this is what is needed for the fund to be able to allow for the implementation of a secure password policy as per the IT standards. We recommended that there be compliance, that the fund does regularize and therefore do a report to the Auditor General that they have regularized on that issue. And also on the issue of expenditure that was incurred for the installation of a system to manage the operations without following the required procedure in terms of the approvals. We still recommended for regularization and a report given to the auditor. But I feel we are being too lenient. I see this in many reports. We are recommending the accounting officer to comply, to regularize. I think we are being too lenient. I think going forward, these regulations are provided for in the PFM Act, and the accounting officers are required to comply. So I think we should review the regulation if there's no provision for some punitive action against accounting officers that are deliberately refusing or failing to comply, Honorable Speaker. But having said that, I must say, among the reports we have seen, this is a fairly well-managed fund. Because as we've been told by the chair, they have a robust risk management policy and framework, which enhances risk management, Honorable Speaker. So that they have a way they're able to follow through the operations, the implementation from the procurement stage all the way to the completion of a project. They also have a regular governance assessment for various water providers within their institution. We also noted that despite the fact that there were delays in disbursement of resources for the projects, it was explained that it was as a result of delays in disbursement of funds provided by the donors and GOK, probably because of the delays in the GOK matching funds, and the response was satisfactory. We want to commend the fund for that. And also, they have developed a project implementation manual, which you find in most cases is lacking in many institutions. So it is a very organized fund in the manner in which they are running this project, the water trust fund. So I want to say that we also noted that they provided adequate funding, adequate resources to strengthen their monitoring and evaluation in the organization. And therefore, this, of course, guarantees improved accountability and also evidence-based decision-making, so that when they're making decisions, they're based on data. So we commend the CEO of this fund for doing a good job. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support.
Yeah, that being the last request to speak to this motion, the mover will now reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, once again for this opportunity. I want to thank all the honorable members who took their time followed into the report, read it carefully, and contributed positively. I must also say that our committee, I want to recommend the committee for sitting long hours to make sure that we give a considerable report on this matter, considering that water is life, and every Kenyan is interested in knowing what water fund does. I must also congratulate the CEO that he has given us an easy job whenever we requested him to supply us with any material that needed to be used in this report writing, in this consideration of the report. He did work promptly with us. He honored all our invites to the committee. We invited him severally, queried severally, and he replied us to satisfactory. I also thank the Auditor General's Office for making our work easy and our support staff for making our work easy. I thank the Honorable Speaker and the House for giving us ample time to consider this report and table it today and debate it today. I thank Almighty God